Chapter 1. On early rising, that amiable youth, Jimmy Thesiger, came racing down the big staircase at Chimney's 2 steps at a time. So precipitate was his descent that he collided with Treadwell, the stately butler, just as the latter was crossing the hall bearing a fresh supply of hot coffee, owing to the marvelous presence of mind and masterly agility of Treadwell. No casualty occurred. "Sorry," apologized Jimmy. "I say, Treadwell, am I the last down? No, sir. Mr. Wade has not come down yet." "Good," said Jimmy, and entered the breakfast room. The room was empty save for his hostess, and her reproachful gaze gave Jimmy the same feeling of discomfort he always experienced on catching the eye of a defunct codfish exposed on a fisherman's slab. Yet, hang it all, why should the woman look at him like that? To come down at a punctual 9:30 when staying in a country house simply wasn't done. To be sure, it was now at 11:15, which was, perhaps, the outside limit. But even then, afraid I'm a bit late. Lady Coote. What? Oh, it doesn't matter, said Lady Coote in a melancholy voice. As a matter of fact, people being late for breakfast worried her very much. For the first 10 years of her married life, Sir Oswald Coote, then plain Mr., had, to put it badly, raised hell if his morning meal were even a half-minute later than 8 o'clock. Lady Coote had been disciplined to regard unpunctuality as a deadly sin of the most unpardonable nature, and habit dies hard. Also, she was an earnest woman, and she could not help asking herself what possible good these young people would ever do in the world without early rising. As Sir Oswald so often said, to reporters and others, I attribute my success entirely to my habits of early rising, frugal living, and methodical habits. Lady Coote was a big, handsome woman in a tragic sort of fashion. She had large, mournful eyes and a deep voice. An artist looking for a model for Rachel mourning for her children would have hailed Lady Coote with delight. She would have done well, too, in melodrama, staggering through the falling snow as the deeply wronged wife of the villain. She looked as though she had some terrible secret sorrow in her life, and yet, if the truth be told, Lady Coote had had no trouble in her life whatever, except the meteoric rise to prosperity of Sir Oswald. As a young girl, she had been a jolly flamboyant creature, very much in love with Oswald Coote, the aspiring young man in the bicycle shop next to her father's hardware store. They had lived very happily, first in a couple of rooms, and then in a tiny house, and then in a larger house, and then in successive houses of increasing magnitude, but always within a reasonable distance of the works. Until now, Sir Oswald had reached such an eminence that he and the works were no longer interdependent, and it was his pleasure to rent the very largest and most magnificent mansions available all over England. Chimneys was a historic place, and in renting it from the Marquis of Caterham for 2 years, Sir Oswald felt that he had attained the top notch of his ambition. Lady Coote was not nearly so happy about it. She was a lonely woman. The principal relaxation of her early married life had been talking to the girl, and even when the girl had been multiplied by 3, conversation with her domestic staff had still been the principal distraction of Lady Coote's day. Now, with a pack of housemaids, a butler like an archbishop, several footmen of imposing proportions, a bevy of scuttling kitchen and scullery maids, a terrifying foreign chef with a temperament, and a housekeeper of immense proportions who alternately creaked and rustled when she moved. Lady Coote was as one marooned on a desert island. She sighed now, heavily, and drifted out through the open window, much to the relief of Jimmy Thesiger, who at once helped himself to more kidneys and bacon on the strength of it. Lady Coote stood for a few moments tragically on the terrace, and then nerved herself to speak to MacDonald, the head gardener, who was surveying the domain over which he ruled with an autocratic eye. MacDonald was a very chief and prince among head gardeners. He knew his place, which was to rule, and he ruled despotically. Lady Coote approached him nervously. "Good morning, MacDonald. Good morning, m'lady." He spoke as head gardeners should speak, mournfully, but with dignity like an emperor at a funeral. "I was wondering, could we have some of those late grapes for dessert tonight?" "They're no fit for picking yet," said MacDonald. He spoke kindly, but firmly. "Oh," said Lady Coote. She plucked up courage. "Oh, but I was in the end house yesterday, and I tasted one, and they seemed very good." MacDonald looked at her, and she blushed. She was made to feel that she had taken an unpardonable liberty. Evidently, the late Marchioness of Caterham had never committed such a solecism as to enter one of her own hothouses and help herself to grapes. "If you had given orders, m'lady, a bunch should have been cut and sent in to you," said MacDonald severely. "Oh, thank you," said Lady Coote. "Yes, I will do that another time, but they're no properly fit for picking yet." "No," murmured Lady Coote. "No, I suppose not. We'd better leave it then." MacDonald maintained a masterly silence. Lady Coote nerved herself once more. "I was going to speak to you about the piece of lawn at the back of the rose garden. I wondered if it could be used as a bowling green. Sir Oswald is very fond of a game of bowls, and why not, thought Lady Coote to herself. She had been instructed in her history of England. Had not Sir Francis Drake and his knightly companions been playing a game of bowls when the Armada was sighted? Surely a gentlemanly pursuit, and one to which MacDonald could not reasonably object. But she had reckoned without the predominant trait of a good head gardener, which is to oppose any and every suggestion made to him. "Nay, Doot, it could be used for that purpose," said MacDonald noncommittally. He threw a discouraging flavor into the remark, but its real object was to lure Lady Coote onto her destruction. "If it was cleared up, and her cut, and her all that sort of thing," she went on hopefully. "Aye," said MacDonald slowly. "It could be done, but it would mean taking William from the lower border." "Oh," said Lady Coote doubtfully. The words lower border conveyed absolutely nothing to her mind, except a vague suggestion of a Scottish song. But it was clear that to MacDonald they constituted an insuperable objection. "And that would be a pity," said MacDonald. "Oh, of course," said Lady Coote. "It would," and wondered why she agreed so fervently. MacDonald looked at her very hard. "Of course," he said. "If it's your orders, m'lady," he left it like that, but his menacing tone was too much for Lady Coote. She capitulated at once. "Oh, no," she said. "I see what you mean, MacDonald. No, William had better get on with the lower border. That's what I thought myself." "M'lady?" "Yes," said Lady Coote. Yes. Certainly. I thought you'd agree. Milady, said MacDonald. Oh, certainly, said Lady Coote again. MacDonald touched his hat and moved away. Lady Coote sighed unhappily and looked after him. Jimmy Thesiger, replete with kidneys and bacon, stepped out onto the terrace beside her and sighed in quite a different manner. Topping morning, eh? He remarked. Is it? Said Lady Coote absently. Oh, yes, I suppose it is. I hadn't noticed. Where are the others? Punting on the lake. I expect so. I mean, I shouldn't wonder if they were. Lady Coote turned and plunged abruptly into the house again. Treadwell was just examining the coffee pot. Oh, dear, said Lady Coote. Isn't Mr. Wade? Milady, yes, Mr. Wade. Isn't he down yet? No. Milady, it's very late. Yes, milady. Oh, dear, I suppose he will come down sometime. Treadwell. Oh, undoubtedly. Milady, it was 11:30 yesterday morning when Mr. Wade came down. Milady. Lady Coote glanced at the clock. It was now 20 minutes to 12. A wave of human sympathy rushed over her. It's very hard luck on you. Treadwell, having to clear and then get lunch on the table by 1 o'clock. I am accustomed to the ways of young gentlemen, milady. The reproof was dignified, but unmistakable. So might a prince of the church reprove a Turk or an infidel who had unwittingly committed a solecism in all good faith. Lady Coote blushed for the second time that morning, but a welcome interruption occurred. The door opened, and a serious but spectacled young man put his head in. Oh, there you are. Lady Coote, Sir Oswald was asking for you. Oh, I'll go to him at once. Mr. Bateman. Lady Coote hurried out. Rupert Bateman, who was Sir Oswald's private secretary, went out the other way. Through the window, where Jimmy Thesiger was still lounging amiably. Morning, Pongo, said Jimmy. I suppose I shall have to go and make myself agreeable to those blasted girls. You coming? Bateman shook his head and hurried along the terrace and in at the library window. Jimmy grinned pleasantly at his retreating back. He and Bateman had been at school together. When Bateman had been a serious, spectacled boy and had been nicknamed Pongo for no earthly reason whatever. Pongo, Jimmy reflected, was very much the same sort of ass now that he had been then. The words, life is real, life is earnest, might have been written specially for him. Jimmy yawned and strolled slowly down to the lake. The girls were there, 3 of them just the usual sort of girls, 2 with dark, shingled heads, and 1 with a fair, shingled head. The one that giggled most was, he thought, called Helen, and there was another called Nancy, and the third one was, for some reason, addressed as Socks. With them were his 2 friends, Bill Eversley and Ronnie Devereaux, who were employed in a purely ornamental capacity at the Foreign Office. Hello, said Nancy, or possibly Helen. It's Jimmy. What's his name? You don't mean to say, said Bill Eversley, that Jerry Wade's not up yet. Something ought to be done about it. If he's not careful, said Ronnie Devereaux, he'll miss his breakfast altogether one day. Find it's lunch or tea instead when he rolls down. It's a shame, said the girl called Socks, because it worries Lady Coote so. She gets more and more like a hen that wants to lay an egg and can't. It's too bad. Let's pull him out of bed, suggested Bill. Come on. Jimmy. Oh, let's be more subtle than that, said the girl called Socks. Subtle was a word of which she was rather fond. She used it a great deal. I'm not subtle, said Jimmy. I don't know how. Let's get together and do something about it tomorrow morning, suggested Ronnie vaguely. You know, get him up at 7. Stagger the household. Treadwell loses his false whiskers and drops the tea urn. Lady Coote has hysterics and faints in Bill's arms, Bill being the weight carrier. Sir Oswald says, ha, and Steele goes up a point and 5/8. Pongo registers emotion by throwing down his spectacles and stamping on them. You don't know, Jerry? Said Jimmy. I dare say enough cold water might wake him judiciously applied. That is, but he'd only turn over and go to sleep again. Oh, we must think of something more subtle than cold water, said Socks. Well, what? Asked Ronnie bluntly. And nobody had any answer ready. We ought to be able to think of something, said Bill. Who's got any brains, Pongo? Said Jimmy. And here he is, rushing along in a harried manner as usual. Pongo was always the one for brains. It's been his misfortune from his youth upwards. Let's turn Pongo on to it. Mr. Bateman listened patiently to a somewhat incoherent statement. His attitude was that of one poised for flight. He delivered his solution without loss of time. I should suggest an alarm clock, he said briskly. I always use one myself, for fear of oversleeping. I find that early tea, brought in a noiseless manner, is sometimes powerless to awaken one. He hurried away, an alarm clock. Ronnie shook his head. One alarm clock. It would take about a dozen to disturb Jerry Wade. Well, why not? Bill was flushed and earnest. I've got it. Let's all go into market basing and buy an alarm clock each. There was laughter and discussion. Bill and Ronnie went off to get hold of cars. Jimmy was deputed to spy upon the dining room. He returned rapidly. He's here right enough, making up for lost time and wolfing down toast and marmalade. How are we going to prevent him coming along with us? It was decided that Lady Coote must be approached and instructed to hold him in play. Jimmy and Nancy and Helen fulfilled this duty. Lady Coote was bewildered and apprehensive, a rag. You will be careful, won't you, my dears? I mean, you won't smash the furniture and wreck things or use too much water. We've got to hand this house over next week. You know, I shouldn't like Lord Caterham to think Bill, who had returned from the garage, broke in reassuringly. That's all right. Lady Coote, Bundle Brent, Lord Caterham's daughter, is a great friend of mine, and there's nothing she'd stick at, absolutely nothing. You can take it from me. And anyway, there's not going to be any damage done. This is quite a quiet affair. Subtle? Said the girl called Socks. Lady Coote went sadly along the terrace, just as Gerald Wade emerged from the breakfast room. Jimmy Thesiger was a fair, cherubic young man, and all that could be said of Gerald Wade was that he was fairer and more cherubic, and that his vacuous expression made Jimmy's face quite intelligent by contrast. Morning, Lady Coote, said Gerald Wade. Where are all the others? They've all gone to market basing. Said Lady Coote. What for? Some joke, said Lady Coote in her deep, melancholy voice. Rather early in the morning for jokes, said Mr. Wade. It's not so very early in the morning, said Lady Coote pointedly. I'm afraid I was a bit late coming down, said Mr. Wade with engaging frankness. It's an extraordinary thing, but wherever I happen to be staying, I'm always last to be down. Very extraordinary, said Lady Coote. I don't know why it is, said Mr. Wade. Meditating? I can't think, I'm sure. Why don't you just get up, suggested Lady Coote. Oh, said Mr. Wade. The simplicity of the solution rather took him aback. Lady Coote went on earnestly. I've heard Sir Oswald say so many times that there's nothing for getting a young man on in the world like punctual habits. Oh, I know, said Mr. Wade, and I have to when I'm in town. I have to be round at the jolly old Foreign Office by 11 o'clock. You mustn't think I'm always a slacker. Lady Coote, I say, what awfully jolly flowers you've got down in that lower border. I can't remember the names of them, but we've got some at home, those mauve thingamybobs. My sister's tremendously keen on gardening. Lady Coote was immediately diverted. Her wrongs rankled within her. What kind of gardeners do you have? Oh, just one. Rather an old fool, I believe. Doesn't know much, but he does what he's told. And that's a great thing, isn't it? Lady Coote agreed that it was with a depth of feeling in her voice that would have been invaluable to her as an emotional actress. They began to discourse on the iniquities of gardeners. Meanwhile, the expedition was doing well. The principal emporium of market basing had been invaded, and the sudden demand for alarm clocks was considerably puzzling the proprietor. I wish we'd got Bundle here, murmured Bill. You know her, don't you? Jimmy? Oh, you'd like her. She's a splendid girl, a real good sport. And mark you, she's got brains too. You know her. Ronnie? Ronnie shook his head. Don't know. Bundle. Where have you been vegetating? She's simply it. Be a bit more subtle. Bill, said Socks, stop blethering about your lady friends and get on with the business. Mr. Murgatroyd, owner of Murgatroyd Stores, burst into eloquence. If you'll allow me to advise you, miss, I should say not at the 7-Eleven one. It's a good clock. I'm not running it down. Mark you. But I should strongly advise this kind at 10-6. Well worth the extra money. Reliability. You understand. I shouldn't like you to say afterwards. It was evident to everybody that Mr. Murgatroyd must be turned off like a tap. We don't want a reliable clock, said Nancy. It's got to go for one day. That's all, said Helen. We don't want a subtle one, said Socks. We want one with a good loud ring. We want, began Bill, but was unable to finish, because Jimmy, who was of a mechanical turn of mind, had at last grasped the mechanism. For the next 5 minutes, the shop was hideous with the loud, raucous ringing of many alarm clocks. In the end, 6 excellent starters were selected. And I'll tell you what, said Ronnie handsomely, I'll get one for Pongo. It was his idea, and it's a shame that he should be out of it. He shall be represented among those present. That's right, said Bill. And I'll take an extra one for Lady Coote. The more the merrier, and she's doing some of the spade work, probably gassing away to old Jerry now. Indeed, At this precise moment, Lady Coot was detailing a long story about MacDonald and a prize peach, and enjoying herself very much. The clocks were wrapped up and paid for. Mr. Murgatroyd watched the cars drive away with a puzzled air. Very spirited, the young people of the upper classes nowadays. Very spirited indeed, but not at all easy to understand. He turned with relief to attend to the vicar's wife, who wanted a new kind of dripless teapot. Chapter 2. Concerning Alarum Clocks. Now, where shall we put them? Dinner was over. Lady Coot had been once more detailed for duty. Sir Oswald had unexpectedly come to the rescue by suggesting bridge, not that suggesting is the right word. Sir Oswald, as became one of our captains of industry. No 7 of Series 1 merely expressed a preference, and those around him hastened to accommodate themselves to the great man's wishes. Rupert Bateman and Sir Oswald were partners against Lady Coot and Gerald Wade, which was a very happy arrangement. Sir Oswald played bridge, like he did everything else, extremely well, and liked a partner to correspond. Bateman was as efficient a bridge player as he was a secretary. Both of them confined themselves strictly to the matter in hand, merely uttering in curt, short barks, 2 no trumps, double, 3 spades. Lady Coot and Gerald Wade were amiable and discursive, and the young man never failed to say, at the conclusion of each hand, "I say, partner." You played that simply splendidly, in tones of simple admiration, which Lady Coot found both novel and extremely soothing. They also held very good cards. The others were supposed to be dancing to the wireless in the big ballroom. In reality, they were grouped around the door of Gerald Wade's bedroom, and the air was full of subdued giggles and the loud ticking of clocks. Under the bed, in a row, suggested Jimmy in answer to Bill's question. And what shall we set them at? What time? I mean all together so that there's one glorious whatnot, or at intervals. The point was hotly disputed. One party argued that for a champion sleeper like Jerry Wade, the combined ringing of 8 alarm clocks was necessary. The other party argued in favor of steady and sustained effort. In the end, the latter won the day. The clocks were set to go off one after the other, starting at 6:30 some bam. And I hope, said Bill virtuously, that this will be a lesson to him. Here, here, said Socks. The business of hiding the clocks was just being begun when there was a sudden alarm. "Hist!" cried Jimmy. "Somebody's coming up the stairs." There was a panic. "It's all right," said Jimmy. "It's only Pongo." Taking advantage of being dummy, Mr. Bateman was going to his room for a handkerchief. He paused on his way and took in the situation at a glance. He then made a comment, a simple and practical one. He will hear them ticking when he goes to bed. The conspirators looked at each other. "What did I tell you?" said Jimmy in a reverent voice. "Pongo always did have brains. The brainy one passed on. It's true," admitted Ronnie Devereaux, his head on one side. 8 clocks all ticking at once to make a devil of a row. Even old Jerry, ass as he is, couldn't miss it. He'll guess something's up. "I wonder if he is," said Jimmy Thesiger. "Is what?" "Such an ass as we all think." Ronnie stared at him. "We all know old Gerald. Do we?" said Jimmy. "I've sometimes thought that well." that it isn't possible for anyone to be quite the ass old Jerry makes himself out to be. They all stared at him. There was a serious look on Ronnie's face. "Jimmy," he said, "you've got brains." "A second Pongo," said Bill encouragingly. "Well, it just occurred to me, that's all," said Jimmy, defending himself. "Oh, don't let's all be subtle," cried Socks. "What are we to do about these clocks? Here's Pongo coming back again." "Let's ask him," suggested Jimmy. Pongo, urged to bring his great brain to bear upon the matter, gave his decision. "Wait till he's gone to bed and got to sleep. Then enter the room very quietly and put the clocks down on the floor." "Little Pongo's right again," said Jimmy. "On the word, one all park clocks, and then we'll go downstairs and disarm suspicion." Bridge was still proceeding with a slight difference. Sir Oswald was now playing with his wife and was conscientiously pointing out to her the mistakes she had made during the play of each hand. Lady Coote accepted reproof good-humoredly, and with a complete lack of any real interest, she reiterated, not once, but many times I see, "Dear, it's so kind of you to tell me." And she continued to make exactly the same errors. At intervals, Gerald Wade said to Pongo, "Well played." "Partner, jolly well played." Bill Eversley was making calculations with Ronnie Devereaux. "Say he goes to bed about 12. What do you think we ought to give him about an hour?" He yawned. "Curious thing, 3 in the morning is my usual time for bye-bye. But tonight, just because I know we've got to sit up a bit, I'd give anything to be a mother's boy and turn in right away." Everyone agreed that they felt the same. "My dear Maria," rose the voice of Sir Oswald in mild irritation, "I have told you over and over again not to hesitate when you are wondering whether to finesse or not. You give the whole table information." Lady Coote had a very good answer to this, namely that as Sir Oswald was dummy, he had no right to comment on the play of the hand, but she did not make it. Instead, she smiled kindly, leaned her ample chest well forward over the table, and gazed firmly into Gerald Wade's hand where he sat on her right. Her anxieties lulled to rest by perceiving the queen. She played the knave and took the trick and proceeded to lay down her cards. 4 tricks and the rubber," she announced. "I think I was very lucky to get 4 tricks there." "Lucky," murmured Gerald Wade as he pushed back his chair and came over to the fireside to join the others. "Lucky. She calls it, 'That woman wants watching.'" Lady Coote was gathering up notes and silver. "I know I'm not a good player," she announced in a mournful tone, which nevertheless held an undercurrent of pleasure in it, "but I'm really very lucky at the game. You'll never be a bridge player." "Maria," said Sir Oswald. "No, dear," said Lady Coote. "I know I shan't. You're always telling me so. And I do try so hard." "She does," said Gerald Wade sotto voce. "There's no subterfuge about it. She'd put her head right down on your shoulder if she couldn't see into your hand any other way." "I know you try," said Sir Oswald. "It's just that you haven't any card sense." "I know, dear," said Lady Coote. "That's what you're always telling me. And you owe me another 10 shillings. Oswald, do I?" Sir Oswald looked surprised. "Yes," £1,708 10? You've only given me £8. Dear me, said Sir Oswald. My mistake. Lady Coote smiled at him sadly and took up the extra 10-shilling note. She was very fond of her husband, but she had no intention of allowing him to cheat her out of 10 shillings. Sir Oswald moved over to a side table and became hospitable with whiskey and soda. It was 12:30 when general good nights were said. Ronnie Devereux, who had the room next door to Gerald Wade's, was told off to report progress. At 1:45, he crept round tapping at doors. The party, pajamaed and dressing-gowned, assembled with various scuffles and giggles and low whispers. His light went out 20 minutes ago, reported Ronnie in a hoarse whisper. I thought he'd never put it out. I opened the door just now and peeped in. And he seemed sound off? What about it? Once more the clocks were solemnly assembled. Then another difficulty arose. We can't all go barging in. Make no end of a row. One person's got to do it, and the others can hand him the whatnots from the door. Hot discussion then arose as to the proper person to be selected. Sayed, the 3 girls were rejected on the grounds that they would giggle. Bill Eversley was rejected on the grounds of his height, weight, and heavy tread. Also, for his general clumsiness, which latter clause he fiercely denied. Jimmy Thesiger and Ronnie Devereux were considered possibles. But in the end, an overwhelming majority decided in favor of Rupert Bateman. Pongo's the lad, agreed Jimmy. Anyway, he walks like a cat always did. And then, if Jerry should waken up, Pongo will be able to think of some rotten silly thing to say to him. You know, something plausible that'll calm him down and not rouse his suspicions. Something subtle, suggested the girl, Socks thoughtfully. Exactly, said Jimmy. Pongo performed his job neatly and efficiently. Cautiously opening the bedroom door, he disappeared into the darkness inside, bearing the 2 largest clocks. In a minute or two, he reappeared on the threshold, and 2 more were handed to him, and then again, twice more. Finally, he emerged. Everyone held their breath and listened. The rhythmical breathing of Gerald Wade could still be heard, but drowned, smothered, and buried beneath the triumphant, impassioned ticking of Mr. Murgatroyd's 8 alarm clocks. Chapter 3. The Joke That Failed 12 o'clock, said Socks despairingly. The joke as a joke had not gone off any too well. The alarm clocks, on the other hand, had performed their part. They had gone off with a vigor and elan that could hardly have been surpassed, and which had sent Ronnie Devereux leaping out of bed with a confused idea that the day of judgment had come. If such had been the effect in the room next door, what must it have been at close quarters? Ronnie hurried out in the passage and applied his ear to the crack of the door. He expected profanity, expected it confidently, and with intelligent anticipation. But he heard nothing at all. That is to say, he heard nothing of what he expected. The clocks were ticking all right, ticking in a loud, arrogant, exasperating manner. And presently another went off, ringing with a crude, deafening note that would have aroused acute irritation in a deaf man. There was no doubt about it. The clocks had performed their part faithfully. They did all and more than Mr. Murgatroyd had claimed for them. But apparently they had met their match in Gerald Wade. The syndicate was inclined to be despondent about it. The lad isn't human, grumbled Jimmy Thesiger. Probably thought he heard the telephone in the distance and rolled over and went to sleep again, suggested Helen or possibly Nancy. It seems to me very remarkable, said Rupert Bateman seriously. I think he ought to see a doctor about it. Some disease of the eardrums, suggested Bill hopefully. Well, if you ask me, said Socks, I think he's just spoofing us. Of course they woke him up. But he's just going to do us down by pretending that he didn't hear anything. Everyone looked at Socks with respect and admiration. It's an idea, said Bill. He's subtle. That's what it is, said Socks. You'll see. He'll be extra late for breakfast this morning, just to show us. And since the clock now pointed to some minutes past 12, the general opinion was that Sock's theory was a correct one. Only Ronnie Devereaux demurred. You forget. I was outside the door when the first one went off. Whatever old Jerry decided to do later, the first one must have surprised him. He'd have let out something about it. Where did you put it? Pongo. On a little table close by his ear, said Mr. Bateman. That was thoughtful of you. Pongo, said Ronnie. Now, tell me. He turned to Bill. If a whacking great bell started ringing within a few inches of your ear at 6:30 in the morning, what would you say about it? Oh, Lord, said Bill. I should say. He came to a stop. Of course you would, said Ronnie. So would I. So would anyone. What they call the natural man would emerge. Well, it didn't. So I say that Pongo is right, as usual, and that Jerry has got an obscure disease of the eardrums. It's now 20 past 12, said one of the other girls sadly. I say, said Jimmy slowly, that's a bit beyond anything, isn't it? I mean, a joke's a joke. But this is carrying it a bit far. It's a shade hard on the coots. Bill stared at him. What are you getting at? Well, said Jimmy, somehow or other, it's not like old Jerry. He found it hard to put into words just what he meant to say. He didn't want to say too much. And yet, he saw Ronnie looking at him. Ronnie was suddenly alert. It was at that moment Treadwell came into the room and looked around him hesitatingly. I thought Mr. Bateman was here, he explained apologetically. Just gone out this minute through the window, said Ronnie. Can I do anything? Treadwell's eyes wandered from him to Jimmy Thesiger and then back again, as though singled out. The two young men left the room with him. Treadwell closed the dining room door carefully behind him. Well, said Ronnie, what's up, Mr. Wade not having yet come down? Sir, I took the liberty of sending Williams up to his room. Yes, Williams has just come running down in a great state of agitation. Sir, Treadwell paused. A pause of preparation. I am afraid. Sir, the poor young gentleman must have died in his sleep. Jimmy and Ronnie stared at him. Nonsense, cried Ronnie at last. It's impossible. Jerry. His face worked suddenly. I'll run up and see. That fool Williams may have made a mistake. Treadwell stretched out a detaining hand with a queer, unnatural feeling of detachment. Jimmy realized that the butler had the whole situation in hand. No, sir, Williams has made no mistake. I have already sent for Dr. Myde Cartwright, and in the meantime, I have taken the liberty of locking the door, preparatory to informing Sir Oswald of what has occurred. I must now find Mr. Bateman. Treadwell hurried away. Ronnie stood like a man dazed. Jerry, he muttered to himself. Jimmy took his friend by the arm and steered him out through a side door onto a secluded portion of the terrace. He pushed him down onto a seat. "Take it easy, old son," he said kindly. "You'll get your wind in a minute." But he looked at him rather curiously. He had no idea that Ronnie was such a friend of Jerry Wade's. Poor old Jerry. He said thoughtfully, "If ever a man looked fit, he did." Ronnie nodded. "All that clock business seems so rotten now," went on Jimmy. "It's odd, isn't it? Why farce so often seems to get mixed up with tragedy." He was talking more or less at random, to give Ronnie time to recover himself. The other moved restlessly. "I wish that doctor would come. I want to know." "Know what?" "What he died of." Jimmy pursed up his lips. "Heart," he hazarded. Ronnie gave a short, scornful laugh. "I say, Ronnie," said Jimmy. "Well, Jimmy found a difficulty in going on. You don't mean you aren't thinking I mean. You haven't got it into your head that, well, I mean he wasn't biffed on the head or anything, Treadwell's locking the door, and all that." It seemed to Jimmy that his words deserved an answer, but Ronnie continued to stare straight out in front of him. Jimmy shook his head and relapsed into silence. He didn't see that there was anything to do except just wait, so he waited. It was Treadwell who disturbed them. "The doctor would like to see you two gentlemen in the library, if you please, sir." Ronnie sprang up. Jimmy followed him. Dr. Cartwright was a thin, energetic young man with a clever face. He greeted them with a brief nod. Pongo, looking more serious and spectacled than ever, performed introductions. "I understand you were a great friend of Mr. Wade's," the doctor said to Ronnie, "his greatest friend." Well, this business seems straightforward enough." "Sad, though. He looked a healthy young chap. Do you know if he was in the habit of smoking stuff to make him sleep?" "Make him sleep?" Ronnie stared. "He always slept like a top. You never heard him complain of sleeplessness, never." "Well, the facts are simple enough. There'll have to be an inquest, I'm afraid. Nevertheless, how did he die?" "There's not much doubt. I should say an overdose of chloral. The stuff was by his bed, in a bottle and glass. Very sad. These things are—" It was Jimmy who asked the question, which he felt was trembling on his friend's lips, and yet which the other could somehow or other not get out. "There's no question of foul play." The doctor looked at him sharply. "Why do you say that? Any cause to suspect it?" "Eh?" Jimmy looked at Ronnie. If Ronnie knew anything, now was the time to speak. But to his astonishment, Ronnie shook his head. "No cause whatever," he said clearly. "And suicide, eh?" "Certainly not." Ronnie was emphatic. The doctor was not so clearly convinced. "No troubles that you know of, money troubles?" "A woman?" again. Ronnie shook his head. "Now about his relations. They must be notified." "He's got a sister, a half-sister, rather. Lives at Dean Priory, about 20 miles from here. When he wasn't in town, Jerry lived with her." Said the doctor. "Well, she must be told." "I'll go," said Ronnie. "It's a rotten job, but somebody's got to do it." He looked at Jimmy. "You know her, don't you?" "Slightly. I've danced with her once or twice." "Then we'll go in your car. You don't mind, do you? I can't face it alone." "That's all right," said Jimmy reassuringly. "I was going to suggest it myself. I'll go and get the old bus cranked up." He was glad to have something to do. Ronnie's manner puzzled him. What did he know or suspect, and why had he not voiced his suspicions, if he had them, to the doctor? Presently, the two friends were skimming along in Jimmy's car with a cheerful disregard for such things as speed limits. "Jimmy," said Ronnie at last, "I suppose you're about the best pal I have now." "Well," said Jimmy. "What about it?" He spoke gruffly. "There's something I'd like to tell you. Something you ought to know." "About Jerry Wade." "Yes, about Jerry Wade." Jimmy waited. "Well," he inquired at last. "I don't know that I ought to," said Ronnie. "Why, I'm bound by a kind of promise." "Oh, well then, perhaps you'd better not." There was a silence. "And yet, I'd like, you see, Jimmy, your brains are better than mine. They could easily be that," said Jimmy unkindly. "No, I can't," said Ronnie suddenly. "All right," said Jimmy, "just as you like." After a long silence, Ronnie said, "What is she like?" "Who, this girl?" "Jerry's sister?" Jimmy was silent for some minutes. Then he said in a voice that had somehow or other altered, "She's all right. In fact, well, she's a corker. Jerry was very devoted to her. I knew. He often spoke of her. She was very devoted to Jerry. It's going to hit her hard. Yes, a nasty job." They were silent till they reached Dean Priory. Miss Lorraine, the maid told them, was in the garden, unless they wanted to see Mrs. Coker. Jimmy was eloquent that they did not want to see Mrs. Coker. "Who's Mrs. Coker?" asked Ronnie as they went round into the somewhat neglected garden. "The old trout who lives with Lorraine." They had stepped out into a paved walk. At the end of it was a girl with two black spaniels. A small girl, very fair, dressed in shabby old tweeds. Not at all the girl that Ronnie had expected to see. Not, in fact, Jimmy's usual type, holding one dog by the collar. She came down the pathway to meet them. "How do you do?" she said. "You mustn't mind Elizabeth. She's just had some puppies, and she's very suspicious." She had a supremely natural manner, and, as she looked up smiling, the faint wild rose flush deepened in her cheeks. Her eyes were a very dark blue, like cornflowers. Suddenly they widened. Was it with alarm? As though, already, she guessed. Jimmy hastened to speak. "This is Ronnie Devereaux, Miss Wade. You must often have heard Jerry speak of him." "Oh, yes." She turned a lovely, warm, welcoming smile on him. "You've both been staying at Chimney's, haven't you? Why didn't you bring Jerry over with you?" "We couldn't," said Ronnie, and then stopped. Again, Jimmy saw the look of fear flash into her eyes. "Miss Wade," he said, "I'm afraid we've got bad news for you." She was on the alert in a moment. "Jerry." "Yes, Jerry?" She stamped her foot with sudden passion. "Oh, tell me, tell me." She turned suddenly on Ronnie. "You'll tell me." Jimmy felt a pang of jealousy, and in that moment he knew what up to now he had hesitated to admit to himself. He knew why Helen and Nancy and Socks were just girls to him, and nothing more. He only half heard Ronnie's voice saying bravely, "Yes, Miss Wade, I'll tell you. Jerry is dead." She had plenty of pluck. She gasped and drew back, but in a minute or two she was asking, eager, searching questions. How? When Ronnie answered her as gently as he could, sleeping draft Jerry. The incredulity in her voice was plain. Jimmy gave her a glance. It was almost a glance of warning. He had a sudden feeling that Lorraine in her innocence might say too much. In his turn, he explained as gently as possible the need for an inquest. She shuddered. She declined their offer of taking her back to Chimneys with them, but explained she would come over later. She had a two-seater of her own, but I want to be alone a little first, she said piteously. I know, said Ronnie. That's all right, said Jimmy. They looked at her, feeling awkward and helpless. Thank you both ever so much for coming. They drove back in silence, and there was something like constraint between them. My God, that girl's plucky, said Ronnie once. Jimmy agreed. Jerry was my friend, said Ronnie. It's up to me to keep an eye on her. Oh, rather, of course. On returning to Chimneys, Jimmy was waylaid by a tearful Lady Coote. That poor boy. She kept repeating, that poor boy. Jimmy made all the suitable remarks he could think of. Lady Coote told him at great length various details about the decease of the various dear friends of hers. Jimmy listened with a show of sympathy, and at last managed to detach himself without actual rudeness. He ran lightly up the stairs. Ronnie was just emerging from Gerald Wade's room. He seemed taken aback at the sight of Jimmy. I've been in to see him, he said. Are you going in on? I don't think so, said Jimmy, who was a healthy young man with a natural dislike of being reminded of death. I think all his friends ought to. Oh, do you? Said Jimmy, and registered to himself an impression that Ronnie Devereaux was damned odd about it all. Yes, it's a sign of respect. Jimmy sighed, but gave in. Oh, very well, he said, and passed in, setting his teeth a little. There were white flowers arranged on the coverlet, and the room had been tidied and set to rights. Jimmy gave one quick, nervous glance at the still, white face. Could that be cherubic? Pink? Jerry Wade? That still, peaceful figure. He shivered. As he turned to leave the room, his glance swept the mantel shelf, and he stopped in astonishment. The alarm clocks had been ranged along it neatly in a row. He went out sharply. Ronnie was waiting for him. Looks very peaceful and all that. Rotten luck on him, mumbled Jimmy. Then he said, I say, Ronnie, who arranged all those clocks like that in a row. How should I know one of the servants? I suppose. The funny thing is, said Jimmy, that there are 7 of them, not 8. One of them's missing. Did you notice that Ronnie made an inaudible sound? 7 instead of 8, said Jimmy, frowning. I wonder why. Chapter 4. A letter. Inconsiderate, that's what I call it, said Lord Caterham. He spoke in a gentle, plaintive voice and seemed pleased with the adjective he had found. Yes, distinctly inconsiderate. I often find these self-made men are inconsiderate. Very possibly, that is why they amass such large fortunes. He looked mournfully out over his ancestral acres, of which he had today regained possession. His daughter, Lady Eileen Brent, known to her friends and society in general as Bundle, laughed. You'll certainly never amass a large fortune, she observed dryly, though you didn't do so badly out of old Coote. Sticking him for this place. "What was he like, presentable one of those large men?" said Lord Caterham, shuddering slightly, with a red square face and iron gray hair. "Powerful, you know, what they call a forceful personality. The kind of man you'd get if a steamroller were turned into a human being." "Rather tiring," suggested Bundle sympathetically. "Frightfully tiring. Full of all the most depressing virtues, like sobriety and punctuality. I don't know which are the worst, powerful personalities or earnest politicians. I do so prefer the cheerful inefficient. A cheerful inefficient wouldn't have been able to pay you the price you asked for this old mausoleum." Bundle reminded him. Lord Caterham winced. "I wish you wouldn't use that word. Bundle. We were just getting away from the subject." "I don't see why you're so frightfully sensitive about it," said Bundle. "After all, people must die somewhere. They needn't die in my house," said Lord Caterham. "I don't see why not. Lots of people have. Masses of stuffy old great-grandfathers and grandmothers. That's different," said Lord Caterham. "Naturally, I expect Brents to die here. They don't count. But I do object to strangers. And I especially object to inquests. The thing will become a habit soon. This is the second. You remember all that fuss we had 4 years ago, for which, by the way, I hold George Lomax entirely to blame. And now you're blaming poor old Steamroller Coote. I'm sure he was quite as annoyed about it as anyone." "Very inconsiderate," said Lord Caterham obstinately. "People who are likely to do that sort of thing oughtn't to be asked to stay. And you may say what you like. Bundle, I don't like inquests. I never have, and I never shall." "Well, this wasn't the same sort of thing as the last one," said Bundle soothingly. "I mean, it wasn't a murder. It might have been from the fuss that thickhead of an inspector made. He's never got over that business 4 years ago. He thinks every death that takes place here must necessarily be a case of foul play, fraught with grave political significance. You've no idea the fuss he made. I've been hearing about it from Treadwell. Tested everything imaginable for fingerprints. And of course, they only found the dead man's own. The clearest case imaginable, though whether it was suicide or accident is another matter. I met Jerry Wade once," said Bundle. "He was a friend of Bill's. You'd have liked him." "Father, I never saw anyone more cheerfully inefficient than he was. I don't like anyone who comes and dies in my house on purpose to annoy me," said Lord Caterham obstinately. "But I certainly can't imagine anyone murdering him," continued Bundle. "The idea's absurd." "Of course it is," said Lord Caterham, "or would be to anyone but an ass, like Inspector Raglan. I dare say looking for fingerprints made him feel important," said Bundle soothingly. "Anyway, they brought it in. Death by misadventure. Didn't they?" Lord Caterham acquiesced. "They had to show some consideration for the sister's feelings. Was there a sister? I didn't know. Half-sister, I believe. She was much younger. Old Wade ran away with her mother. He was always doing that sort of thing. No woman appealed to him unless she belonged to another man. I'm glad there's one bad habit you haven't got," said Bundle. "I've always led a very respectable, God-fearing life," said Lord Caterham. "It seems extraordinary, considering how little harm I do to anybody, that I can't be let alone. If only—" He stopped as Bundle made a sudden excursion through the window. "MacDonald, called Bundle in a clear, autocratic voice. The emperor approached. Something that might possibly have been taken for a smile of welcome tried to express itself on his countenance, but the natural gloom of gardeners dispelled it. "Your ladyship," said MacDonald. "How are you?" said Bundle. "I'm no vera grand," said MacDonald. "I wanted to speak to you about the bowling green. It's shockingly overgrown. Put someone on to it, will you?" MacDonald shook his head dubiously. "It would mean taking William from the lower border." "Milady." "Damn the lower border," said Bundle. "Let him start at once." And MacDonald. "Yes, milady. Let's have some of those grapes in from the farhouse. I know it's the wrong time to cut them, because it always is, but I want them all the same." See, Bundle re-entered the library. "Sorry." "Father," she said, "I wanted to catch MacDonald." "Were you speaking as a matter of fact?" "I was," said Lord Caterham. "But it doesn't matter. What were you saying to MacDonald, trying to cure him of thinking he's God Almighty? But that's an impossible task. I expect the coots have been bad for him. MacDonald wouldn't care one hoot, or even two hoots, for the largest steamroller that ever was. What's Lady Coot like? Lord Caterham considered the question. "Very like my idea of Mrs. Siddons," he said at last. "I should think she went in a lot for amateur theatricals. I gather she was very upset about the clock business." "What clock business?" Treadwell has just been telling me. "It seems the house party had some joke on. They bought a lot of alarum clocks and hid them about this young Wade's room. And then, of course, the poor chap was dead, which made the whole thing rather beastly." Bundle nodded. "Treadwell told me something else rather odd about the clocks," continued Lord Caterham, who was now quite enjoying himself. "It seems that somebody collected them all and put them in a row on the mantelpiece after the poor fellow was dead." "Well, why not?" said Bundle. "I don't see why not myself," said Lord Caterham. But apparently there was some fuss about it. No one would own up to having done it. You see, all the servants were questioned and swore they hadn't touched the beastly things. In fact, it was rather a mystery. And then the coroner asked questions at the inquest, and you know how difficult it is to explain things to people of that class. "Perfectly foul," agreed Bundle. "Of course," said Lord Caterham. "It's very difficult to get the hang of things afterwards. I didn't quite see the point of half the things Treadwell told me. By the way, Bundle, the fellow died in your room." Bundle made a grimace. "Why need people die in my room?" she asked with some indignation. "That's just what I've been saying," said Lord Caterham, in triumph. "Inconsiderate. Everybody's damned inconsiderate nowadays." "Not that I mind," said Bundle valiantly. "Why should I?" "I should," said her father. "I should mind very much. I should dream things. You know, spectral hands and clanking chains. Well," said Bundle, "Great Aunt Louisa died in your bed. I wonder you don't see her spook hovering over you." "I do sometimes," said Lord Caterham, shuddering, especially after lobster. "Oh, thank heaven I'm not superstitious," declared Bundle. Yet that evening, as she sat in front of her bedroom fire, a slim, pajamaed figure, she found her thoughts reverting to that cheery, vacuous young man, Jerry Wade. Impossible to believe that anyone so full of the joy of living could deliberately have committed suicide. No. The other solution must be the right one. He had taken a sleeping draught, and by a pure mistake had swallowed an overdose. That was possible. She did not fancy that Jerry Wade had been overburdened in an intellectual capacity. Her gaze shifted to the mantelpiece, and she began thinking about the story of the clocks. Her maid had been full of that. Having just been primed by the second housemaid, she had added a detail which apparently Treadwell had not thought worthwhile retailing to Lord Caterham, but which had piqued Bundle's curiosity. 7 clocks had been neatly ranged on the mantelpiece. The last and remaining one had been found on the lawn outside, where it had obviously been thrown from the window. Bundle puzzled over that point now. It seemed such an extraordinary, purposeless thing to do. She could imagine that one of the maids might have tidied the clocks and then, frightened by the inquisition into the matter, have denied doing so. But surely no maid would have thrown a clock into the garden. Had Jerry Wade done so when its first sharp summons woke him? But no, that again was impossible. Bundle remembered hearing that his death must have taken place in the early hours of the morning, and he would have been in a comatose condition for some time before that. Bundle frowned. This business of the clocks was curious. She must get hold of Bill Eversley. He had been there, she knew. To think was to act with Bundle. She got up and went over to the writing desk. It was an inlaid affair with a lid that rolled back. Bundle sat down at it, pulled a sheet of notepaper towards her, and wrote, "Dear Bill." She paused to pull out the lower part of the desk. It had stuck halfway, as she remembered it often did. Bundle tugged at it impatiently, but it did not move. She recalled that on a former occasion, an envelope had been pushed back with it and had jammed it for the time being. She took a thin paper knife and slipped it into the narrow crack. She was so far successful that a corner of white paper showed. Bundle caught hold of it and drew it out. It was the first sheet of a letter, somewhat crumpled. It was the date that first caught Bundle's eye, a big, flourishing date that leaped out from the paper. September 21st? September 21st, said Bundle slowly. Why, surely that was she broke off. Yes, she was sure of it. The 22nd was the day Jerry Wade was found dead. This, then, was a letter he must have been writing on the very evening of the tragedy. Bundle smoothed it out and read it. It was unfinished. My darling Lorraine, I will be down on Wednesday. Am feeling awfully fit and rather pleased with myself all round. It will be heavenly to see you. Look here. Do forget what I said about that 7 Dials business. I thought it was going to be more or less a joke, but it isn't anything but I'm sorry I ever said anything about it. It's not the kind of business kids like you ought to be mixed up in. So forget about it. See? Something else I wanted to tell you, but I'm so sleepy I can't keep my eyes open. Oh, about Lurcher. I think... Here the letter broke off. Bundle sat frowning. 7 Dials. Where was that some rather slummy district of London? She fancied. The word 7 Dials reminded her of something else. But for the moment, she couldn't think of what. Instead, her attention fastened on 2 phrases, "am feeling awfully fit," and "I'm so sleepy I can't keep my eyes open." That didn't fit in. That didn't fit in at all. For it was that very night that Jerry Wade had taken such a heavy dose of chloral that he never woke again. And if what he had written in that letter were true, why should he have taken it? Bundle shook her head. She looked round the room and gave a slight shiver. Supposing Jerry Wade were watching her now. In this room, he had died. She sat very still. The silence was unbroken, save for the ticking of her little gold clock. That sounded unnaturally loud and important. Bundle glanced towards the mantelpiece. A vivid picture rose before her mind's eyes. The dead man lying on the bed, and 7 clocks ticking on the mantelpiece, ticking loudly. Ominously, ticking, ticking. Chapter 5. The Man in the Road. "Father," said Bundle, opening the door of Lord Caterham's special sanctum and putting her head in. "I'm going up to town in the Hispano. I can't stand the monotony down here any longer." "We only got home yesterday," complained Lord Caterham. "I know. It seems like 100 years. I'd forgotten how dull the country could be." "I don't agree with you," said Lord Caterham. "It's peaceful. That's what it is, peaceful. And extremely comfortable. I appreciate getting back to Treadwell more than I can tell you. That man studies my comfort in the most marvelous manner. Somebody came round only this morning to know if they could hold a tally for Girl Guides here." "A rally," interrupted Bundle. "Rally or tally. It's all the same. Some silly word meaning nothing whatever. But it would have put me in a very awkward position, having to refuse, in fact. I probably shouldn't have refused. But Treadwell, got me out of it. I've forgotten what he said. Something damned ingenious, which couldn't hurt anybody's feelings, and which knocked the idea on the head absolutely. Being comfortable isn't enough for me," said Bundle. "I want excitement." Lord Caterham shuddered. "Didn't we have enough excitement 4 years ago?" he demanded plaintively. "I'm about ready for some more," said Bundle. "Not that I expect I shall find any in town, but at any rate I shan't dislocate my jaw with yawning." "In my experience," said Lord Caterham, "people who go about looking for trouble usually find it." He yawned. "All the same," he added, "I wouldn't mind running up to town myself." "Well, come on," said Bundle, "but be quick, because I'm in a hurry." Lord Caterham, who had begun to rise from his chair, paused. "Did you say you were in a hurry?" he asked suspiciously. "Just in the devil of a hurry," said Bundle. "That settles it," said Lord Caterham. "I'm not coming. To be driven by you in the Hispano when you're in a hurry, no. It's not fair on any elderly man. I shall stay here." "Please yourself," said Bundle, and withdrew. Treadwell took her place. "The vicar, my lord, is most anxious to see you. Some unfortunate controversy having arisen about the status of the boys' brigade." Lord Caterham groaned. I rather fancied, my lord, that I had heard you mention at breakfast that you were strolling down to the village this morning to converse with the vicar on the subject." "Did you tell him so?" asked Lord Caterham eagerly. "I did. My lord, he departed, if I may say so. Hotfoot, I hope I did right." "My lord, of course you did." "Treadwell, you are always right. You couldn't go wrong if you tried." Treadwell smiled benignly and withdrew. Bundle, meanwhile, was sounding the klaxon impatiently before the lodge gates, while a small child came hastening out with all speed from the lodge, admonishment from her mother following her. "Make haste, Katie. That be her ladyship, in a mortal hurry, as always." It was indeed characteristic of Bundle to be in a hurry, especially when driving a car. She had skill and nerve and was a good driver. Had it been otherwise, her reckless pace would have ended in disaster more than once. It was a crisp October day, with a blue sky and a dazzling sun. The sharp tang of the air brought the blood to Bundle's cheeks and filled her with the zest of living. She had that morning sent Gerald Wade's unfinished letter to Lorraine Wade at Dean Priory, enclosing a few explanatory lines. The curious impression it had made upon her was somewhat dimmed in the daylight, yet it still struck her as needing explanation. She intended to get hold of Bill Eversley sometime and extract from him fuller details of the house party, which had ended so tragically. In the meantime, it was a lovely morning, and she felt particularly well, and the Hispano was running like a dream. Bundle pressed her foot down on the accelerator, and the Hispano responded at once. Mile after mile vanished. Traffic was few and far between, and Bundle had a clear stretch of road in front of her. And then, without any warning whatever, a man reeled out of the hedge and onto the road right in front of the car. To stop in time was out of the question. With all her might, Bundle wrenched at the steering wheel and swerved out to the right. The car was nearly in the ditch, but not quite. It was a dangerous maneuver, but it succeeded. Bundle was almost certain that she had missed the man. She looked back and felt a sickening sensation in the middle of her anatomy. The car had not passed over the man, but nevertheless, it must have struck him in passing. He was lying face downwards on the road, and he lay ominously still. Bundle jumped out and ran back. She had never yet run over anything more important than a stray hen. The fact that the accident was hardly her fault did not weigh with her at the minute. The man had seemed drunk, but drunk or not, she had killed him. She was quite sure she had killed him. Her heart beat sickeningly in great pounding thumps, sounding right up in her ears. She knelt down by the prone figure and turned him very gingerly over. He neither groaned nor moaned. He was young. She saw rather a pleasant-faced young man, well-dressed and wearing a small toothbrush mustache. There was no external mark of injury that she could see, but she was quite positive that he was either dead or dying. His eyelids flickered, and the eyes half opened. Piteous eyes, brown and suffering, like a dog's. He seemed to be struggling to speak. Bundle bent right over. Yes, she said. Yes, there was something he wanted to say. She could see that. Wanted to say badly, and she couldn't help him. Couldn't do anything. At last the words came. A mere sighing breath, 7 dials. Tell. Yes, said Bundle again. It was a name he was trying to get out, trying with all his failing strength. Yes. Who am I to tell? Tell? Jimmy Thesiger? He got it out at last, and then, suddenly, his head fell back and his body went limp. Bundle sat back on her heels, shivering from head to foot. She could never have imagined that anything so awful could have happened to her. He was dead, and she had killed him. She tried to pull herself together. What must she do now? A doctor, that was her first thought. It was possible, just possible, that the man might only be unconscious, not dead. Her instinct cried out against the possibility, but she forced herself to act upon it. Somehow or other, she must get him into the car and take him to the nearest doctor's. It was a deserted stretch of country road, and there was no one to help her. Bundle, for all her slimness, was strong. She had muscles of whipcord. She brought the Hispano as close as possible. And then, exerting all her strength, she dragged and pulled the inanimate figure into it. It was a horrid business, and one that made her set her teeth. But at last she managed it. Then she jumped into the driver's seat and set off. A couple of miles brought her into a small town, and on inquiring, she was quickly directed to the doctor's house. Dr. Cassell, a kindly, middle-aged man, was startled to come into his surgery and find a girl there who was evidently on the verge of collapse. Bundle spoke abruptly. I think I've killed the man. I ran over him. I brought him along in the car. He's outside now. I was driving too fast, I suppose. I've always driven too fast. The doctor cast a practiced glance over her. He stepped over to a shelf and poured something into a glass. He brought it over to her. Drink this down, he said, and you'll feel better. You've had a shock. Bundle drank obediently, and a tinge of color came into her pallid face. The doctor nodded approvingly. That's right. Now, I want you to sit quietly here. I'll go out and attend to things. After I've made sure there's nothing to be done for the poor fellow, I'll come back and we'll talk about it. He was away some time. Bundle watched the clock on the mantelpiece. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour, 20 minutes. Would he ever come? Then the door opened and Dr. Cassell reappeared. He looked different. Bundle noticed that at once grimmer and at the same time more alert. There was something else in his manner that she did not quite understand. A suggestion of repressed excitement. Now then, young lady, he said, let's have this out. You ran over this man. You say, tell me just how the accident happened. Bundle explained to the best of her ability. The doctor followed her narrative with keen attention. Just so. The car didn't pass over his body. No. In fact, I thought I'd missed him altogether. He was reeling. You say, yes. I thought he was drunk. And he came from the hedge. There was a gate just there. I think he must have come through the gate. The doctor nodded. Then he leaned back in his chair and removed his pince-nez. I've no doubt at all, he said, that you're a very reckless driver, and that you'll probably run over some poor fellow and do for him one of these days, but you haven't done it this time. But the car never touched him. This man was shot. Chapter 6. 7 Dials again. As the final hours of the night stretched on, Bundle sat alone in her room, her thoughts heavy with the events of the day. The image of the clocks, neatly arranged on the mantelpiece, haunted her. She had spent hours trying to make sense of it, piecing together the clues that seemed to lead nowhere. The letter, Gerald's cryptic words, and the man who had been found dead on the road, all of it was tied together by the elusive name 7 Dials. She took a deep breath and stood up, moving towards the window. The moonlight cast a silvery glow over the grounds of chimneys, the stillness broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves. She thought of the conversation she had with her father earlier that day. Lord Caterham's indifference to the murder had been expected, but Bundle could not shake the feeling that there was more to this than just an unfortunate accident. She paced back and forth, her mind spinning. Why would Jerry Wade mention 7 Dials? What was so significant about it? Was it a place he had visited recently? Or was it connected to the strange series of events surrounding his death. A soft knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. She opened it to find Treadwell standing outside, his usual composed demeanor slightly more serious than usual. "Lady Bundle, there's someone here to see you," he said, his voice unusually tense. "Who is it?" Bundle asked. Her curiosity piqued. "A man named Mr. George Lomax. He says it's urgent," Treadwell replied, stepping aside to allow the man into the room. Bundle's heart skipped a beat at the mention of Lomax's name. George Lomax had been involved in the investigation 4 years ago, the case that had been marred by confusion and a sense of unfinished business. Now he was back, and his visit felt ominous. Lomax stepped forward, his expression grim. "Lady Bundle, I'm afraid we're at the beginning of something far more complex than any of us anticipated. I've been looking into Gerald's death, and there's something you need to know. It's about 7 Dials." A chill ran down her spine. The name was all too familiar now. 7 Dials, she repeated, her voice tight. "Yes," Lomax said. "It's a district in London. But it's more than just a place. It's a hub of underground activity, something Gerald had been mixed up in recently. And I believe his death wasn't just an accident." Bundle's mind raced. So, Gerald had been involved with something dangerous. She remembered the unfinished letter he had written to his sister, Lorraine. He had warned her about it. But what exactly was it? And why hadn't anyone known? Lomax continued. "I've traced some of the people who were involved with Gerald. They're not the kind of people you want to associate with. Trust me, this goes beyond a simple overdose. Gerald was onto something big, something that someone didn't want him to uncover." Bundle listened intently as Lomax revealed more details. "I've received word from an informant that Gerald had discovered a secret society operating from 7 Dials. They deal in everything from illegal arms to underground gambling. But there's one thing they've been after recently, a particular artifact that's tied to a very old family." Bundle's mind went blank. "An artifact? Which family?" Lomax hesitated for a moment. "The Coote family," he said quietly. "Sir Oswald, Gerald's host. The artifact may be something his family has guarded for centuries, but whatever it is, it's what led to Gerald's death." The pieces began to fall into place for Bundle. The Cootes, the clocks, 7 Dials. It all pointed to something much larger than anyone had realized. She couldn't ignore the growing suspicion that Gerald had been caught up in something far more dangerous than just a late-night indiscretion. There was a conspiracy at play, one that involved her own family, and she wasn't sure just how far it reached. "I need to get to the bottom of this," she said, her voice steady. "I'll meet with my father tomorrow. We need to discuss everything you've just told me. But there's more. Lomax, we need to find out what happened to the missing clock, the one that was thrown out the window." Lomax nodded, a look of determination in his eyes. "That's the key. Whoever took it has something to hide. I'll start asking around, see what I can uncover. But, Lady Bundle, you're going to need to be careful. People don't disappear in 7 Dials without a reason. Whoever killed Gerald is still out there, and they'll do whatever it takes to cover their tracks." Bundle felt a surge of resolve. The clock was ticking both literally and figuratively. She needed to uncover the truth, for Gerald's sake, and for her own safety. The mystery of 7 Dials was just beginning to unfold. And it was clearer than ever no one was safe. The next day, as she sat with her father in the library of Chimneys, Bundle could sense that Lord Caterham was growing increasingly uneasy with each revelation. "I've never heard of this," he muttered, pacing back and forth. "An artifact underground dealings. It sounds like nonsense." Bundle met his gaze firmly. "You need to take this seriously. Father, we're not dealing with a simple accident anymore. Gerald's death was connected to something bigger, something tied to our family. I'm going to find out what it is." Lord Caterham's expression softened, and for the first time, he seemed to acknowledge the weight of the situation. "I may not agree with everything, but I'll help you. Bundle, just promise me you'll be careful. If this artifact is connected to the Coote family, it's not just a matter of business, it's a matter of legacy." Bundle nodded. "I'll be careful, but we need answers, Father, and I'm going to get them." As they continued to discuss the next steps, the sound of ticking clocks in the background reminded Bundle that time was running out. 7 dials, the artifact, the missing clock. She had to unravel this mystery before more lives were lost. Chapter 7. The Truth Behind 7 Dials. The investigation into Gerald's death would take Bundle deeper into the heart of the mystery. Each step forward would reveal a new layer of deception, leading her to question not just the events surrounding Gerald's death, but her own family's secrets, the missing clock, the Coote legacy, and the dangerous underworld of 7 dials. Everything would soon collide, revealing the truth that had been hidden for years. The next few days passed in a blur for Bundle. She spent her time combing through every clue, trying to make sense of the pieces that were scattered before her. The investigation had deepened, and the stakes had grown higher with each passing moment. Bundle met with Lomax in private, away from the prying eyes of her family. They sat across from each other in a quiet cafe, the conversation low and urgent. "I've been to 7 dials," Lomax began, his voice tinged with unease. "And it's exactly as I feared. There's something ancient about that place. The people, the way they move in shadows, there's a feeling of power, like they're part of something much larger than we understand." "Do you have any leads?" Bundle asked, leaning forward, her mind racing. Lomax nodded. "I spoke with a contact who knew Gerald. He was looking into a specific artifact, one that had been passed down through the Coote family for generations. It's said to be a key that unlocks something important, but I couldn't find out what exactly it was. All I know is that someone has been searching for it, and Gerald found out something that got him killed." Bundle's pulse quickened. The artifact. It was the missing piece of the puzzle. "The Cootes," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It all leads back to them. Sir Oswald must know more than he's letting on." "Exactly," Lomax replied. "But he's not going to talk. We need to find another way in. I've arranged for us to meet with someone who might be able to help us. He's been watching the Cootes from the inside. A former associate who left the family's service years ago. He's willing to talk, but only in private. We have to be careful." "Bundle, people are watching us. If we're not cautious, we could become targets too." Bundle's mind was racing. She had to act fast. This was bigger than she thought. And there was one thing she knew for sure. Gerald had died because he was getting too close to the truth. The night of the meeting with Lomax's contact, Bundle found herself standing outside an inconspicuous building in a quieter part of London. The street was dimly lit, the chill of the autumn air hanging heavy around her. She adjusted her coat, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on her. Tonight, she would learn something that would change everything. Lomax appeared from the shadows, his face grim. He led Bundle inside, and they were greeted by a man in his late 50s, wearing a weathered coat and an air of quiet caution. His name was Samuel Trenton, and he had once been a trusted servant in the Coote household. "Miss Bundle, it's a pleasure," Trenton said, his voice low and hesitant. "I wasn't sure if you'd make it, but I'm glad you're here. I've been waiting for someone who had the guts to ask the right questions." "I'm not here for pleasantries," Bundle said, her tone sharp. "I need to know everything. What's the truth about this artifact, and why is it so dangerous?" "Aside then." Trenton's eyes flickered with something a mix of fear and determination. "The artifact," he began, "was supposed to be hidden forever. It's been passed down through the Coote family for centuries. It's not just an heirloom, it's a key to its treasure, a hidden fortune that could change the balance of power in this country." Bundle was stunned. A treasure. But why hadn't anyone heard of it before? "Why keep it secret?" Lomax asked, his voice tense. "What's so important about it?" "Because," Trenton whispered, "it's tied to the bloodline. Only someone from the Coote family can access its power. And it's not just money, it's control. The Coote family has kept it under wraps because they know how dangerous it is. If someone else found it, it could tip the scales in ways no one can predict." Bundle's thoughts spun. The Coote family, they'd always seemed so respectable, so in control. But this was something else entirely. Gerald was close to uncovering it, wasn't he? "Yes," Trenton said softly. "He was getting too close." Sir Oswald knew he had to be stopped, and when Gerald started to ask questions about the artifact, about the family's history, he became a liability. That's when they decided to take action. Bundle felt a coldness wash over her. So Gerald's death wasn't an accident. He was murdered because of this secret. Trenton nodded gravely. "Yes. And now they know you're looking into it. I can't be seen with you any longer. The next step is yours. Miss Bundle, you need to get the artifact before they do." The next few days were a whirlwind of action for Bundle. She knew she had to act quickly before Sir Oswald and his family caught wind of her investigation. Lomax, Trenton, and she began to make plans to infiltrate the Coote estate. But as the tension mounted, so did the danger. Someone had to get inside Sir Oswald's inner circle, someone who could get close enough to uncover the truth about the artifact. The night before the planned infiltration, Bundle stood alone in her room, the weight of the decision pressing heavily on her. Could she really do this? Could she risk everything to find the truth? Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft knock at the door. Treadwell entered, his face unusually solemn. "Lady Bundle, I thought you should know," he said quietly. "Sir Oswald has requested your presence tomorrow. He said it was a matter of great importance." Bundle's heart skipped a beat. This was it. Sir Oswald was on to her. But why had he waited until now? She took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. Tomorrow, she would confront the man who held the key to everything. and she would find the truth no matter the cost. Chapter 8. A Dangerous Game. The next morning, Bundle stood at the edge of the grand dining room at Chimney's, trying to steady her nerves. Sir Oswald's call had been unexpected, and his summons felt like a trap, one she might not be able to escape. But she had no choice. She had come this far, and now there was no turning back. She entered the dining room to find Sir Oswald sitting at the head of the table, his large frame imposing as ever. He looked up from his papers as she approached, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, Lady Bundle," Sir Oswald said, his voice smooth, but carrying an edge. "Please have a seat. I trust you slept well?" "Very well, thank you," Bundle replied, maintaining her composure. She took the seat across from him, her mind racing. Why had he called her here? Sir Oswald studied her for a moment, his eyes sharp beneath his thick brows. There was something unsettling about the way he watched her, almost as though he could see straight through her. "I'm sure you're aware that recent events have caused a great deal of unease," Sir Oswald began, his voice as calm as always. "The death of poor Gerald Wade has cast a shadow over the house. Naturally, I'm concerned about the repercussions it may have on my family." Bundle resisted the urge to squirm. He knows I've been investigating. "I understand your concern, Sir Oswald," she said, keeping her tone neutral. "But I must admit, I don't fully understand why you've asked for me." He smiled again, but there was a hint of something colder beneath it. "Oh, Lady Bundle, you're a smart woman. I know you've been digging into matters that you have no business with. It's quite charming, really, your persistence. But I must warn you, there are things that are best left untouched." Bundle's heart raced. She had been right. Sir Oswald knew exactly what she was doing. "I'm not here to cause trouble," she said, choosing her words carefully. "I just want to understand what happened to Gerald." The smile disappeared from Sir Oswald's face, replaced by a steely glare. "Gerald was an unfortunate fool. He got too close to something he shouldn't have, and now he's dead. It's as simple as that." Bundle could feel her pulse quicken. "He's not telling me everything." "And what is it that he got too close to?" she pressed, her voice steady despite the growing tension. Sir Oswald's gaze hardened, and he leaned forward, his hands resting on the table. "That, Lady Bundle, is something you will never understand. It's something that's been in my family for generations. There are secrets that we protect, secrets that, if revealed, could destroy everything." Bundle could barely contain her anger. "The artifact! He's talking about the artifact." But she needed to stay focused. Now wasn't the time for a confrontation. She would learn what she could, and then she would act. "I see," she said, her voice laced with controlled defiance. "And what do you suggest I do now?" "Sir Oswald," "I suggest," he said, his voice cold and final, "that you stop this foolishness. You're smart enough to understand that some things are better left alone. This is your final warning, Lady Bundle. If you continue down this path, you will regret it." For a moment, Bundle thought he was going to say something more, but then he stood up, signaling that the conversation was over. "You may leave now." Chapter 9. The Artifact Revealed. That evening, Bundle couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted between her and Sir Oswald. His threat hung over her like a dark cloud, but it wasn't enough to scare her off. She wasn't about to let him silence her now, not when she was so close. The next day, as planned, Lomax and Bundle met again, this time with a new sense of urgency. Lomax had gathered more information, and it was clear that the time to act was now. "We found her," Lomax said, his voice low and filled with tension. "The artifact, it's not just a family heirloom, it's a map. A map that leads to something hidden beneath the Coot estate." Bundle felt a chill run down her spine. A map. What does it lead to? Lomax leaned in, lowering his voice even further. To a vault. A vault hidden deep within the estate. And in that vault, there's something far more dangerous than you can imagine, something that could change the course of history. Bundle's mind raced. A vault? A treasure. This was bigger than she thought. "We have to get inside," Lomax continued. "Tonight, I've arranged for us to get in through a secret passage. We'll go in, find the map, and uncover whatever's in that vault before Sir Oswald can stop us." Bundle nodded, determination settling in her chest. This was it. This was the moment when everything would change. Chapter 10. The Secret Vault. That night, under the cover of darkness, Bundle and Lomax made their way to Chimneys. The estate was silent, the grand manor looming like a shadow in the night. They slipped past the guards, making their way toward the hidden passage Lomax had discovered. It was an old servant's entrance, forgotten by most, but known to those who had been part of the Cootie family's inner circle. As they descended into the damp, winding tunnels beneath the house, Bundle's heart beat faster with each step. She couldn't help but wonder what they would find at the end of this journey. What if Sir Oswald had already moved the artifact? What if they were too late? They reached a door at the end of the tunnel. Lomax reached for the key he had secured and unlocked it, revealing a small room with an old stone floor. In the center of the room stood a large, iron-bound chest. Bundle took a deep breath. This was it. Lomax moved forward, his hands trembling slightly as he unlocked the chest. With a creak, the lid opened, revealing a bundle of old, dusty scrolls, along with a large, intricately carved box. Bundle's fingers brushed the box, and she felt an electric charge run through her. This was the artifact. This was the key to everything. "Let's see what's inside," Lomax said, his voice filled with awe. As the lid opened, Bundle's eyes widened. Inside was a gleaming, golden compass, its needle trembling as if alive. It was an ancient relic, but it seemed to pulse with a strange energy. Lomax reached for it, but Bundle stopped him. "Wait," she said, her voice low and urgent. "Something's not right." Before she could say anything else, a voice echoed through the chamber, looking for this Lady Bundle. Bundle's heart stopped. She turned to see Sir Oswald standing in the doorway, a gun in his hand. Chapter 11. The Final Game. Sir Oswald's cold, calculating gaze swept over Bundle and Lomax. The gun in his hand was steady, its black barrel reflecting the dim light of the lantern they had set down. "Did you really think you could just take it?" Sir Oswald's voice was steady. betraying no emotion, as though the revelation of his involvement was nothing more than an inconvenience. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Bundle's mind raced, but her voice remained firm. I'm not interested in the treasure, Sir Oswald. I'm interested in the truth. And the truth is, this artifact, whatever it is, has been kept hidden for a reason. You've kept it from the world for too long. Sir Oswald laughed, the sound harsh and bitter. The world has no right to what my family has guarded for centuries. You think you're the first to come poking around. There are many who would kill for this, Lady Bundle. And believe me, you're just as expendable as the rest. Lomax stood beside her, his eyes flicking between Sir Oswald and the chest. He knew the stakes were high. You can't stop this, Oswald, Lomax said, his voice rising with a hint of desperation. The world deserves to know what's been hidden, what you've been hiding. The lives lost, the lives ruined because of your greed. Sir Oswald's expression hardened. I did what was necessary to protect my family's legacy, and now you've made it personal. His grip on the gun tightened. Bundle felt her pulse racing, but she remained calm. We don't have to do this. Tell me what's so important about this artifact. Why go to such lengths to protect it? For the briefest moment, Sir Oswald's eyes flickered. The tiniest hesitation. Then, with a bitter smile, he spoke. It's not just treasure, it's power. Power to control. The artifact is the key to something greater. Something that could reshape everything. My family has held it for generations. We've kept it hidden, protected. It must never fall into the wrong hands. Bundle stepped closer, the tension in the room palpable. And who decides who has the right to it? Who gets to determine who's worthy? Sir Oswald's smile faltered for the first time. He raised the gun slightly, as if reminding them of the stakes. I do, and anyone who stands in my way will pay the price. Princess, just as he raised the gun higher, there was a loud bang from the doorway behind them. Step away from them. Oswald, a voice barked. The sharp, commanding tone froze Sir Oswald in place. The gun lowered slightly. Turning slowly, Bundle saw Treadwell standing in the doorway, his usual composed demeanor replaced with a look of determined authority. He had a revolver pointed at Sir Oswald. What is this? Sir Oswald sputtered, looking at Treadwell in disbelief. You were always loyal to me. I've learned more than I ever wanted to, Sir Oswald, Treadwell said, his voice steady and grim. Your secrets are no longer safe. Bundle couldn't believe what she was hearing. Treadwell had been playing both sides all along. Treadwell moved forward, never breaking eye contact with Sir Oswald. You've held this secret too long. It's over. Lomax exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Treadwell, you... Enough. Lomax, Treadwell interrupted, his eyes never leaving Sir Oswald. You don't know what it's like to live in the shadows of that man's ambition, to watch him use people as pawns in a game that has nothing to do with honor. I'm done. Sir Oswald looked between them, fury rising in his chest. You traitor, he hissed. You'll regret this. Treadwell didn't flinch. Not as much as you will. In the tense silence that followed, Bundle slowly stepped toward the chest, her eyes on Sir Oswald. We have the artifact now. What will you do with it? Kill us all. For a moment, Sir Oswald hesitated. His gun arm wavered. as though he was considering the possibility. But then, something changed in his expression, an understanding that the game had shifted. "You can have it," Sir Oswald spat. "You've won for now, but mark my words, you'll never be safe. People like me, we never disappear." With that, he turned and stormed out of the room, his footsteps heavy and deliberate. Chapter 12. Revelation. As Sir Oswald left, the room seemed to breathe again. The weight of the moment hung in the air, as Bundle, Lomax, and Treadwell stood in the aftermath of the confrontation. For a long time, none of them spoke. Finally, it was Treadwell who broke the silence. "You still want to know the truth?" "Lady Bundle," Bundle nodded. "I've come this far. I need to know everything." Treadwell motioned toward the chest. "This is only part of it. The artifact itself isn't just a map. As Lomax said, it's a symbol, a key that leads to the hidden truth about the Cootie family and its long-standing influence over England's most powerful families." So, Bundle's mind whirled. The Coote family had been more than just a wealthy aristocracy. They had been a key player in shaping the country's political landscape. "Inside this chest," Treadwell continued, "you'll find a letter. It explains everything. It's the last of Sir Oswald's ancestors' writings, detailing their true purpose. And it's the one thing Oswald didn't want you to see." Bundle took a deep breath and opened the chest once more. Inside, among the dusty scrolls and trinkets, was a single letter yellowed with age, but carefully preserved. She unfolded it, her heart pounding with anticipation. The letter, written in a flowing script, began, "To those who will inherit our name, our fortune, and our secrets, know this: the Coote legacy is not just about wealth or power. It is about control. We hold the key to a greater future, a future where our family will reign not only in the courts of England, but in the hearts of the people. Our destiny is to shape history itself. To those who seek to stop us, we say only this: you are too late." As she read the letter, the weight of its implications hit her like a thunderclap. The Coote family hadn't just been protecting an artifact. They had been protecting a legacy of manipulation, of shaping the future of the nation from the shadows. This wasn't just about riches or treasure. It was about a hidden, dangerous influence that had been growing for centuries. "Oswald knew all of this," Bundle whispered, almost to herself. "He's been playing a much larger game." Treadwell nodded grimly. "And now, it's up to you to decide what happens next. You hold the truth now, Lady Bundle. What will you do with it?" Bundle looked at the artifact in her hands, and then at Lomax and Treadwell. They had uncovered a secret that could change everything. "I'm going to make sure it never falls into the wrong hands again," she said, her voice firm and unwavering. "And I'm going to stop Sir Oswald, no matter what it takes." Sachalam Itiki. Chapter 13. A Turning Point. The discovery of the letter marked the beginning of a new phase in the investigation for Bundle. As she held the carefully preserved parchment in her hands, the reality of what it meant began to set in. The Coote family's legacy wasn't just about money, power, or secrets. It was about control. The game had shifted, and Sir Oswald was no longer the only one holding the cards. Now, Bundle had the truth, and it was a weapon she could use. She looked at Lomax and Treadwell. They were both waiting for her next move, their faces grim but hopeful. "What do we do now?" Bundle asked, her voice steady despite the weight of the decision ahead of her. Lomax was the first to speak. We can't let Sir Oswald continue this charade. His family's grip on power is dangerous. We have to expose them for what they are, or else the influence they've held for centuries will continue to poison everything. Treadwell added, but we have to be careful. There are those who will go to extreme lengths to protect this legacy. Sir Oswald isn't the only one involved in this game. Bundle nodded, absorbing their words. They were right. The Coote family's influence ran deep, and revealing the truth could bring down not just Sir Oswald, but an entire network of power brokers who had been pulling the strings behind the scenes for generations. I have an idea, Bundle said, a plan forming in her mind. We need to get the truth out, but we need to do it in a way that doesn't make us targets. The public needs to see the Coote family for what they really are. Chapter 14, The Plan. The next few days were a blur of preparation and strategizing. Bundle knew that she couldn't take on Sir Oswald and his allies head-on. Instead, she would use their own tactics against them, exposing their secrets in a way that would force the world to pay attention. She reached out to a trusted journalist, someone she knew would take the story seriously. His name was James Thornton, an investigative reporter who had a reputation for uncovering corruption in high places. Bundle briefed him on what she had discovered, leaving out no details, even the most dangerous ones. "You're sure about all this?" James asked. His brow furrowed. "This isn't just a game of high society politics. If what you're telling me is true, it could change everything." "It is true," Bundle replied firmly. "And I need you to get this story out no matter the consequences." James nodded, his expression turning serious. "I'll do it, but I need time. If we're going to expose this, we need concrete evidence. We can't just rely on your word alone." Bundle's eyes gleamed with determination. "I've got something better than that." She handed him a copy of the letter from the Coote family's ancestors. "This is the smoking gun. If we publish this, people won't be able to ignore it." Chapter 15, The Revelation. The days that followed were tense as James worked tirelessly to prepare the story. Meanwhile, Bundle kept a close eye on Sir Oswald, waiting for him to make a move. She knew he would try to stop them, but she had already anticipated that. Then, on the morning of the planned publication, things began to take a turn. Bundle received an urgent message from James. "They know. Oswald's people are moving quickly. We need to act now." Her heart skipped a beat as she read the message. Sir Oswald was already aware of the story, and he was coming for them. "We need to make sure this story gets out," Bundle said, turning to Lomax and Treadwell. "No matter what happens, we can't let them silence us." Treadwell nodded. "I've already taken steps to ensure the story's security. If they try to stop it, we have backup." Lomax added, "We'll take care of the rest. You get to James. Make sure the story is published." Bundle felt a surge of adrenaline. This was the final push. It was now or never. Chapter 16, The Storm. As Bundle raced to get to James and ensure the story went public, the tension was unbearable. Sir Oswald's people were closing in, and Bundle could feel their presence like a shadow on her every step. But she couldn't stop. Now. Not when they were so close to exposing the truth. She reached the office where James was working, finding him huddled over his desk, his fingers flying over the keyboard. His face was tight with concentration. "It's ready," James said without looking up. "I've got the story locked and loaded. All we need is your go-ahead." Bundle nodded, her heart pounding. "Do it. Publish it now." James clicked a few more keys, then hit send. The article went live. For a moment, everything stood still. Then, as if on cue, the phone began to ring incessantly. Bundle grabbed it, her pulse racing. "Lady Bundle, it's Treadwell. We've got a problem." "Tell me," she said, trying to stay calm. "We were right. Oswald's people tried to intercept the story, but we've got backup. It's out there now. The Coote family's secrets are exposed for the world to see." Bundle breathed a sigh of relief, but it was short-lived. This was just the beginning. Chapter 17, The Consequences. The fallout was immediate. News outlets around the world picked up the story. The once untouchable Coote family was suddenly the subject of global scrutiny. The revelation of their long-held secrets sent shockwaves through the political and social elite. Sir Oswald's empire began to crumble as investigations were launched, and people who had long benefited from his influence were forced to answer for their actions. But as the world turned its eyes toward the Coote family, Sir Oswald was nowhere to be found. The moment he realized his power had been shattered, he vanished into the shadows, leaving behind a legacy of deceit and manipulation. For Bundle, the victory was bittersweet. She had uncovered the truth, but the battle was far from over. There were still powerful people who would stop at nothing to protect their secrets. And though Sir Oswald had fallen, there were others just like him, waiting in the wings. Lomax and Treadwell stood by her side as the dust began to settle. But there was no time to rest. The world had been changed, but so much more needed to be done. "Well done, Lady Bundle," Lomax said, his voice filled with admiration. "You've brought the truth to light, but we both know this isn't over. There's still work to be done." Bundle nodded, her gaze steady. "I know. The real fight is just beginning." And with that, she turned toward the future, ready to face whatever came next. The truth had been revealed, but the battle for justice was far from finished. Chapter 18, The Aftermath. The news that had rocked the world soon faded from the front pages of newspapers, replaced by the latest political scandals, celebrity gossip, and business headlines. But for Bundle, the events that had transpired would never truly fade. The truth about the Coote family and their dark legacy had been exposed, but the consequences were far-reaching, and the battle for justice was far from over. In the months that followed, Bundle found herself working tirelessly with Lomax, Trenton, and a few trusted allies to ensure that the revelations about the Coote family didn't simply become another forgotten story. She pushed for further investigations, working with journalists, lawyers, and activists who shared her commitment to uncovering corruption and holding the powerful accountable. Despite the whirlwind of activity, Bundle felt the weight of what had been lost. Gerald Wade's death, the lives ruined by the Coote family's machinations, Sir Oswald's legacy of control and manipulation. It was impossible to forget how deeply the shadows of the Coote family had infiltrated every corner of British society. But as the public's attention turned elsewhere, Sir Oswald remained a lingering threat. He had disappeared from the public eye. But Bundle knew he hadn't simply vanished. The Coote family's influence extended far beyond their ancestral estate. Sir Oswald would not go quietly into the night he was a survivor, and he would find a way to reclaim his lost power. Chapter 19. The Hunt Begins Again. It was a cold, crisp morning when Bundle received an unexpected visit. The messenger arrived at Chimneys with a letter. The seal, unmistakable it was, from James Thornton, the investigative reporter who had helped expose the Coote family's secrets. He had become a trusted ally in the months since. But this letter, with its urgent tone, made Bundle's stomach churn. The letter read, "Lady Bundle, I have new information. I believe Sir Oswald is planning something. Something big. We need to meet immediately. There are forces at work behind the scenes, and I fear we're not done yet. James." The letter hit Bundle like a blow to the chest. Sir Oswald was still active. She had thought he was finished. His empire was in ruins. His name tarnished. But if James's information was correct, the danger was far from over. She immediately arranged to meet James at a secluded location, away from prying eyes. There was no time to waste. She called Lomax and Treadwell to brief them on the situation, and soon they were on their way. At the meeting place, James looked more agitated than Bundle had ever seen him. His usually calm demeanor was replaced with a sense of urgency, as if he had just narrowly escaped something terrible. "Lady Bundle," James began without preamble, "I've been digging into Oswald's past, into the remnants of his network, and I've found something disturbing. He's not just planning a comeback, he's orchestrating a coup." "A coup?" Bundle repeated, taken aback. "Yes," James replied, pacing nervously. "Sir Oswald has been quietly gathering allies from the shadowy corners of British politics, business, and law enforcement. People who owe him favors. People who would do anything to see him back in power. But there's more. He's found something even more dangerous than the artifact. It's a key to an international network of influence and control." "Okay, son, where is he now?" Bundle asked, her voice cold with resolve. "I'm not sure," James replied, his voice tight. "But he's using the chaos of the last few months to move undetected. The Coote name is still valuable. There are people who want to see Oswald reclaim his power. But this time, he's not just focusing on the UK. He's going global. I've found connections to people in Europe, the Middle East, and even North America." Bundle took a deep breath, the weight of the situation pressing down on her. This was bigger than she had imagined. Sir Oswald wasn't done. And this time, he was playing on an international scale. Chapter 20. Into the Shadows. The revelation about Sir Oswald's global ambitions turned everything upside down. Bundle knew that the only way to stop him was to go after his network, cut the ties that bound him to his supporters before they could fully regroup. With Lomax and Treadwell by her side, Bundle began working with allies in various countries to track down Sir Oswald's supporters. Each lead brought them closer to the heart of his operation. They uncovered secret meetings, hidden financial transactions, and anonymous backers who were backing Oswald's quest for power. But even as they followed the trail, the dangers grew more immediate. Bundle and her team were attacked twice, once in London, and again while traveling through France, narrowly escaping each time. Sir Oswald's reach seemed to be everywhere, and every corner they turned, it felt as if they were being hunted. The international scope of Oswald's ambitions also meant that they had to confront some of the most dangerous people in the world, people whose names were never printed in newspapers, whose power was hidden in plain sight. As they dug deeper into the labyrinth of alliances Oswald had built, Bundle found herself facing something she had never expected: betrayal. Chapter 21. The Betrayal. It happened one night in Brussels. Bundle, Lomax, and Treadwell were meeting with a source who had insider information about Sir Oswald's financiers. The meeting was set in an old, nondescript cafe in a quiet district. They were prepared for another covert exchange. What they didn't expect was to be greeted by an ambush. As soon as they entered the cafe, guns were drawn. Treadwell reacted swiftly, pulling out his own weapon. But the attackers were too numerous. They were cornered in seconds. "Is this how it ends?" Lomax said, his voice barely a whisper as he crouched behind the table. "How did they find us?" Bundle's eyes scanned the room, trying to find an escape. That's when she saw it, a familiar face among the attackers. It was James. "James," Bundle shouted, her heart sinking. "What are you doing?" James's face remained expressionless. He stepped forward, a gun in his hand. It was never about the truth. Bundle. It was always about control. And now, Oswald has given me an offer I can't refuse. Lomax's eyes widened. "You've been working for him this entire time." James didn't answer. Instead, he motioned for the attackers to close in. Bundle felt a sickening realization settle over her. The man she had trusted, the one who had helped expose Oswald's secrets, had been playing her all along. Chapter 22. The Final Strike. Betrayed and outnumbered, Bundle, Lomax, and Treadwell had only one option left: to strike fast, hit hard, and take down James and Oswald's network before they could regroup. The fight was no longer just about exposing the truth. It was about survival. As the battle raged on, Bundle's mind was focused solely on one thing: Oswald's downfall. She couldn't afford to be distracted by betrayal or fear. They had to finish this, once and for all. The next chapter of their journey would be the final one, but it would be the most dangerous. The stakes had never been higher. Chapter 23. A Final Showdown. The betrayal by James hit Bundle harder than she wanted to admit. She had trusted him, relied on him. And now, she was facing not just the shadow of Sir Oswald's power, but also the sting of personal treachery. But there was no time for weakness. The battle had escalated to a global scale, and now it was life or death. After barely escaping the ambush in Brussels, Bundle, Lomax, and Treadwell went underground. They moved quickly, knowing that Oswald's network would soon be looking for them. The truth, the key to Oswald's downfall, was more than just a story. It was the weapon that could expose everything. But they weren't just fighting for the truth anymore. They were fighting for their lives. Chapter 24. The Secret Meeting. In the aftermath of the ambush, Bundle decided to take a more direct approach. She knew Sir Oswald would stop at nothing to regain his lost power, and she had to anticipate his next move. She called for a secret meeting with one of Oswald's former allies, someone who could give them insight into the inner workings of the global network he had built. They met in a quiet, secluded mansion on the outskirts of Paris. Far from prying eyes, the man Bundle was meeting was Alistair Grayson, a former associate of Sir Oswald's, who had once been a part of the secretive circle of global financiers and power brokers Oswald had surrounded himself with. Grayson had left Oswald's side years ago after an explosive fallout, and Bundle hoped he might still have valuable information. As they sat in the dimly lit study, Grayson leaned forward, his expression grim. "You have no idea what you're up against, Lady Bundle. Oswald is no ordinary man. He's not just seeking power, he's seeking immortality, a way to control everything, everywhere." "Why did you leave him?" Bundle asked, her voice steady. Grayson's lips twisted in a bitter smile. "I realized too late that he wasn't just after wealth. He wants to control governments, armies, markets, the very fabric of society. The artifact you've uncovered is only the beginning. There's something else, something even more dangerous, that Oswald is after." Bundle leaned forward, urgency coursing through her veins. "What is it? What else does he want?" Grayson hesitated, as if weighing the consequences of revealing too much. Finally, he spoke. "A code. It's the key to accessing a network of influence that spans the globe, underground markets, secret governments, and a list of people who can be manipulated or eliminated at his command. Oswald has been building this network for years. He's made sure that only a select few know the full extent of it. And you're right, Lady Bundle, he won't stop until it's in his hands." Lomax, who had been listening intently, looked at Bundle, his brow furrowed. "Then we have to get to that code before he does." Grayson nodded grimly. "You're running out of time. Oswald has agents in every corner of the world. If you want to take him down, you'll need to be smarter than he is. And you'll need allies, powerful ones." Chapter 25. The Final Strike. Bundle's mind raced with the new information. The stakes were higher than she had imagined. But now she knew what needed to be done. They had to take down Oswald's network, expose the code, and stop him before he could regain control. The plan was simple, but dangerous. They would need to infiltrate the heart of Oswald's operation, a hidden facility in the Swiss Alps, where the final pieces of his global network were stored. It was a remote location, heavily guarded and surrounded by layers of security. But if they could get in and retrieve the code, they could destroy Oswald's empire once and for all. The journey to the Swiss facility was tense. They traveled under the cover of night, using fake identities and taking every precaution to avoid detection. The closer they got to the facility, the more palpable the danger became. Bundle could feel it in her bones. This wasn't just a fight for the truth anymore. It was a battle for the future of everything they held dear. Once inside the facility, Bundle and her team worked quickly. They bypassed security, taking down guards silently and swiftly. Every step brought them closer to Oswald's control room, where the code was stored. But as they approached the heart of the facility, they knew they were about to face their greatest challenge. Sir Oswald would be there. Chapter 26. The Confrontation. They finally reached the control room, and as they entered, the doors slammed shut behind them. Sir Oswald was waiting for them, standing calmly by a massive terminal. "Well, well," Oswald said, his voice cold and smooth. I knew you'd come eventually. Lady Bundle, but you're too late. This is where it all ends. Bundle's heart raced, but she stood tall, her gaze locked on Sir Oswald. It's over. Oswald, your empire is crumbling. You can't hide behind your network of power anymore. Oswald smirked, his eyes glinting with malice. You think you've won. This is only the beginning. You have no idea what I'm capable of. You've exposed the artifact, but that was just a diversion. I control everything. And now, you've come into my domain. You will never leave here alive. The air crackled with tension as Oswald pressed a button on the console. A hidden panel in the wall opened, revealing a bank of weapons and high-tech surveillance equipment. But it wasn't the weapons that caught Bundle's attention. It was the flashing red light on the control panel. A countdown. Are you planning to blow us all up? Bundle asked, her voice steady but with a note of urgency. Oswald smiled, his eyes glinting with madness. Not just you, Lady Bundle. The entire world will burn. He pressed a few more buttons, and the countdown accelerated. You see, Oswald said, his voice growing more manic. This facility is the heart of my operation. When it goes, it takes everything with it, and no one will be left to stop me. Bundle's eyes flicked to Lomax and Treadwell. They were out of time. They had to stop him now. Without warning, Bundle lunged toward the console, using all her strength to knock Sir Oswald aside. Lomax and Treadwell quickly followed, disabling the weapons and neutralizing the guards in the room. Bundle's fingers flew over the console, desperately trying to deactivate the countdown. Not so fast. Oswald sneered, pulling a hidden gun from his belt. In that moment, Bundle made a choice. She dove at him, knocking the gun from his hand as the countdown continued. The fight was brutal. A clash of wills as Oswald fought with every ounce of his strength to maintain control. With a final, forceful push, Bundle managed to reach the console. She slammed her hand down on the emergency stop, and the countdown froze. Oswald's face twisted with rage and disbelief. You think you've won? You don't understand. You've ruined everything. Bundle stood over him, breathing heavily, but resolute. No, Oswald, it's over. The world won't be controlled by men like you anymore. The authorities arrived soon after, and Sir Oswald was arrested. His empire of power and influence collapsed in an instant. Chapter 27. Nocturnal Adventure. Jimmy Thesiger arrived at Leatherbury on a sunny autumn afternoon and was greeted affectionately by Lady Coote and with cold dislike by Sir Oswald. Aware of the keen matchmaking eye of Lady Coote upon him, Jimmy took pains to make himself extremely agreeable to Socks Daventry. O'Rourke was there in excellent spirits. He was inclined to be official and secretive about the mysterious events at the Abbey, about which Socks catechized him freely. But his official reticence took a novel form, namely that of embroidering the tale of events in such a fantastic manner that nobody could possibly guess what the truth might have been. 4 masked men with revolvers. Is that really so? Demanded Socks severely. I'm remembering now that there was the round half-dozen of them to hold me down and force the stuff down my throat. Sure, and I thought it was poison, and I done for entirely. And what was stolen? Or what did they try and steal? What else but the crown jewels of Russia that were brought to Mr. Lomax secretly to deposit in the Bank of England? What a bloody liar you are, said Socks without emotion. A liar? and the jewels brought over by aeroplane, with my best friend as pilot. This is secret history I'm telling you. Socks. Will you ask Jimmy Thesiger there if you don't believe me? Not that I'd be putting any trust in what he'd say. Is it true, said Socks, that George Lomax came down without his false teeth? That's what I want to know. There were 2 revolvers, said Lady Coot. Nasty things? I saw them myself. It's a wonder this poor boy wasn't killed. Oh, I was born to be hanged, said Jimmy. I hear that there was a Russian countess there of subtle beauty, said Socks, and that she vamped Bill. Some of the things she said about Budapest were too dreadful, said Lady Coot. I shall never forget them. Oswald, we must send a subscription. Sir Oswald grunted. I'll make a note of it. Lady Coot, said Rupert Bateman. Thank you, Mr. Bateman. I feel one ought to do something as a thank offering. I can't imagine how Sir Oswald escaped being shot, letting alone die of pneumonia. Don't be foolish. Maria, said Sir Oswald, I've always had a horror of cat burglars. Said Lady Coot, think of having the luck to meet one face to face. How thrilling, murmured Socks. Don't you believe it, said Jimmy. It's damned painful. And he patted his right arm gingerly. How is the poor arm? Inquired Lady Coot. Oh, pretty well all right now. But it's been the most confounded nuisance having to do everything with the left hand. I'm no good whatever with it. Every child should be brought up to be ambidextrous, said Sir Oswald. Oh, said Socks, somewhat out of her depth. Is that like seals not amphibious? Said Mr. Bateman. Ambidextrous means using either hand equally well, said Socks, looking at Sir Oswald with respect. Can you? Certainly, I can write with either hand, but not with both at once. That would not be practical, said Sir Oswald shortly. No, said Socks thoughtfully. I suppose that would be a bit too subtle. It would be a grand thing now in a government department, observed Mr. O'Rourke. If one could keep the right hand from knowing what the left hand was doing. Can you use both hands? No. Indeed. I'm the most right-handed person that ever was. But you deal cards with your left hand, said the observant Bateman. I noticed the other night. Oh, but that's different entirely, said Mr. O'Rourke easily. A gong with a somber note pealed out, and everyone went upstairs to dress for dinner. After dinner, Sir Oswald and Lady Coot, Mr. Bateman and Mr. O'Rourke played bridge, and Jimmy passed a flirtatious evening with Socks. The last words Jimmy heard as he retreated up the staircase that night were Sir Oswald saying to his wife, "You'll never make a bridge player, Maria." And her reply, "I know, dear. So you always say. You owe Mr. O'Rourke another £1. Oswald, that's right." It was some 2 hours later that Jimmy crept noiselessly, or so he hoped, down the stairs. He made one brief visit to the dining room, and then found his way to Sir Oswald's study. There, after listening intently for a minute or two, he set to work. Most of the drawers of the desk were locked, but a curiously shaped bit of wire in Jimmy's hand soon saw to that. One by one, the drawers yielded to his manipulations. Drawer by drawer, he sorted through methodically, being careful to replace everything in the same order. Once or twice he stopped to listen, fancying he heard some distant sound, but he remained undisturbed. The last drawer was looked through. Jimmy now knew, or could have known, had he been paying attention, many interesting details relating to steel. But he had found nothing of what he wanted, a reference to Herr Eberhard's invention, or anything that could give him a clue to the identity of the mysterious No. 7. He had, perhaps, hardly hoped that he would. It was an off chance, and he had taken it, but he had not expected much result except by sheer luck. He tested the drawers to make sure that he had relocked them securely. He knew Rupert Bateman's powers of minute observation and glanced round the room to make sure that he had left no incriminating trace of his presence. "That's that," he muttered to himself softly. "Nothing there. Well, perhaps I'll have better luck tomorrow morning if the girls only play up." He came out of the study, closing the door behind him and locking it. For a moment, he thought he heard a sound quite near him, but decided he had been mistaken. He felt his way noiselessly along the great hall. Just enough light came from the high vaulted windows to enable him to pick his way without stumbling into anything. Again, he heard a soft sound. He heard it quite certainly this time, and without the possibility of making a mistake. He was not alone in the hall. Somebody else was there, moving as stealthily as he was. His heart beat suddenly very fast. With a sudden spring, he jumped to the electric switch and turned on the lights. The sudden glare made him blink, but he saw plainly enough. Not 4 feet away stood Rupert Bateman. "My goodness! Pongo!" cried Jimmy. "You did give me a start, slinking about like that in the dark." "I heard a noise," explained Mr. Bateman severely. "I thought burglars had got in, and I came down to see." Jimmy looked thoughtfully at Mr. Bateman's rubber-soled feet. "You think of everything. Pongo," he said genially. "Even a lethal weapon." His eye rested on the bulge in the other's pocket. "It's as well to be armed. One never knows whom one may meet." "I am glad you didn't shoot," said Jimmy. "I'm a bit tired of being shot at." "I might easily have done so," said Mr. Bateman. "It would be dead against the law if you did," said Jimmy. "You've got to make quite sure the beggar's housebreaking. You know, before you pot at him, you mustn't jump to conclusions. Otherwise, you'd have to explain why you shot a guest on a perfectly innocent errand like mine. By the way, what did you come down for?" "I was hungry," said Jimmy. "I rather fancied a dry biscuit." "There are some biscuits in a tin by your bed," said Rupert Bateman. He was staring at Jimmy very intently through his horn-rimmed spectacles. "Ah, that's where the staff work has gone wrong, old boy. There's a tin there with biscuits for starving visitors on it. But when the starving visitor opened it, nothing inside. So I just toddled down to the dining room." And with a sweet, ingenuous smile, Jimmy produced from his dressing gown pocket a handful of biscuits. There was a moment's pause. "And now, I think I'll toddle back to bed," said Jimmy. "Night-night, Pongo," with an affectation of nonchalance. He mounted the staircase. Rupert Bateman followed him. At the doorway of his room, Jimmy paused as if to say good night once more. "It's an extraordinary thing about these biscuits," said Mr. Bateman. "Do you mind if I just—" "Certainly. Laddie, look for yourself." Mr. Bateman strode across the room, opened the biscuit box, and stared at its emptiness. "Very remiss," he murmured. "Well, good night." He withdrew. Jimmy sat on the edge of his bed, listening for a minute. That was a narrow shave, he murmured to himself. Suspicious sort of chap. Pongo. Never seems to sleep. Nasty habit of his, prowling around with a revolver. He got up and opened one of the drawers of the dressing table. Beneath an assortment of ties lay a pile of biscuits. There's nothing for it, said Jimmy. I shall have to eat the damn things. 10-1. Pongo will come prowling around in the morning. With a sigh, he settled down to a meal of biscuits for which he had no inclination whatever. Chapter 28. Suspicions. It was just on the appointed hour of 12 o'clock that Bundle and Lorraine entered the park gates. Having left the Hispano at an adjacent garage, Lady Coote greeted the two girls with surprise, but distinct pleasure, and immediately pressed them to stay to lunch. O'Rourke, who had been reclining in an immense armchair, began at once to talk with great animation to Lorraine, who was listening with half an ear to Bundle's highly technical explanation of the mechanical trouble which had affected the Hispano. And we said, "Ended, Bundle. How marvelous that the brute should have broken down just here. Last time it happened was on a Sunday at a place called Little Spedlington under the hill. And it lived up to its name. I can tell you, that would be a grand name on the films," remarked O'Rourke. "Birthplace of the simple country maiden," suggested Socks. "I wonder now," said Lady Coote, "where Mr. Thesiger is. He's in the billiard room." "I think," said Socks, "I'll fetch him." She went off, but had hardly gone a minute when Rupert Bateman appeared upon the scene, with the harassed and serious air usual to him. "Yes, Lady Coote Thesiger said you were asking for me. How do you do?" Lady Eileen. He broke off to greet the two girls, and Lorraine immediately took the field. "Oh, Mr. Bateman, I've been wanting to see you. Wasn't it you who was telling me what to do for a dog when he is continually getting sore paws?" The secretary shook his head. It must have been someone else, Miss Wade. Though, as a matter of fact, I do happen to know. "What a wonderful man you are," interrupted Lorraine. "You know about everything." "One should keep abreast of modern knowledge," said Mr. Bateman seriously. "Now, about your dog's paws," Terence O'Rourke murmured sotto voce to Bundle. "'Tis a man like that writes all those little paragraphs in the weekly papers. It is not generally known that to keep a brass fender uniformly bright, etc. The Dorper beetle is one of the most interesting characters in the insect world. The marriage customs of the Fingalese Indian, and so on. General information, in fact. And what more horrible 2 words could you have said, Mr. O'Rourke?" And added piously, "Thank the heavens above, I'm an educated man, and know nothing whatever upon any subject at all." "I see you've got clock golf here," said Bundle to Lady Coote. "I'll take you on it." "Lady Eileen," said O'Rourke. "Let's challenge those two," said Bundle. "Lorraine." "Mr. O'Rourke and Boish, I want to take you and Mr. Bateman on at clock golf." "Do play, Mr. Bateman," said Lady Coote, as the secretary showed a momentary hesitation. "I'm sure Sir Oswald doesn't want you." The 4 went out on the lawn. Very cleverly managed. What whispered Bundle to Lorraine? Congratulations on our girlish tact. The round ended just before 1 o'clock. Victory going to Bateman and Lorraine. "But I think you'll agree with me, partner," said Mr. O'Rourke, "that we played a more sporting game." He lagged a little behind with Bundle. Old Pongo's a cautious player and takes no risks. Now, with me, it's neck or nothing, and a fine motto through life. Don't you agree? Lady Eileen. Hasn't it ever landed you in trouble? Asked Bundle, laughing. To be sure it has. Millions of times, but I'm still going strong. Sure. It'll take the hangman's noose to defeat Terence O'Rourke. Just then, Jimmy Thesiger strolled round the corner of the house. Bundle, by all that's wonderful, he exclaimed. You've missed competing in the autumn meeting, said O'Rourke. I'd gone for a stroll, said Jimmy. Where did these girls drop from? We came on our flat feet, said Bundle. The Hispano let us down. And she narrated the circumstances of the breakdown. Jimmy listened with sympathetic attention. Hard luck, he vouchsafed. If it's going to take some time, I'll run you back in my car after lunch. A gong sounded at that moment, and they all went in. Bundle observed Jimmy covertly. She thought she had noticed an unusual note of exultance in his voice. She had the feeling that things had gone well. After lunch, they took a polite leave of Lady Coote, and Jimmy volunteered to run them down to the garage in his car. As soon as they had started, the same words burst simultaneously from both girls' lips. Well, Jimmy chose to be provoking. Well, oh, pretty hearty. Thanks. Slight indigestion owing to overindulgence in dry biscuits. But what has happened, I tell you? Devotion to the cause made me eat too many dry biscuits. But did our hero flinch? No, he did not. Oh, Jimmy, said Lorraine reproachfully, and he softened. What do you really want to know? Oh, everything. Didn't we do it well, I mean? The way we kept Pongo and Terence O'Rourke in play. I congratulate you on the handling of Pongo. O'Rourke was probably a sitter, but Pongo is made of other stuff. There's only one word for that lad. It was in the Sunday news bag crossword last week. Word of 10 letters meaning everywhere at once. Ubiquitous. That described Pongo down to the ground. You can't go anywhere without running into him, and the worst of it is you never hear him coming. You think he's dangerous. Dangerous. Of course he's not dangerous. Fancy Pongo being dangerous. He's an ass. But, as I said just now, he's an ubiquitous ass. He doesn't even seem to need sleep like ordinary mortals. In fact, to put it bluntly, the fellow's a damn nuisance. And, in a somewhat aggrieved manner, Jimmy described the events of the previous evening. Bundle was not very sympathetic. I don't know what you think you're doing anyway. Mooching around here? No 7, said Jimmy crisply. That's what I'm after. No 7. And you think you'll find him in this house? I thought I might find a clue. And you didn't. Not last night? No. But this morning, said Lorraine, breaking in suddenly. Jimmy, you did find something this morning. I can see it by your face. Well, I don't know if it is anything. But during the course of my stroll, which stroll didn't take you far from the house, I imagine, strangely enough, it didn't. Round trip of the interior. We might call it, well, as I say, I don't know whether there's anything in it or not. But I found this. With the celerity of a conjurer, he produced a small bottle and tossed it over to the girls. It was half full of a white powder. What do you think it is? Asked Bundle. A white crystalline powder. That's what it is, said Jimmy. And to any reader of detective fiction, those words are both familiar and suggestive. Of course, if it turns out to be a new kind of patent tooth powder, I shall be chagrined and annoyed. Where did you find it? Asked Bundle sharply. Ah, said Jimmy, that's my secret. And from that point he would not budge, in spite of cajolery and insult. Here we are at the garage, he said. Let's hope the high-mettled Hispano has not been subjected to any indignities. The gentleman at the garage presented a bill for 5 shillings and made a few vague remarks about loose nuts. Bundle paid him with a sweet smile. It's nice to know we all get money for nothing sometimes, she murmured to Jimmy. The three stood together in the road, silent for the moment, as they each pondered the situation. I know, said Bundle suddenly. Know what, Ed? Something I meant to ask you and nearly forgot. Do you remember that glove Superintendent Battle found, the half-burnt one? Yet. Didn't you say that he tried it on your hand? Yes, it was a shade big. That fits in with the idea of its being a big, hefty man who wore it. That's not at all what I'm bothering about. Never mind the size of it. George and Sir Oswald were both there too, weren't they? Yes. He could have given it to either of them to fit on. Yes, of course. But he didn't. He chose you. Jimmy, don't you see what that means? Mr. Thesiger stared at her. I'm sorry. Bundle. Possibly the jolly old brain isn't functioning as well as usual. But I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. Don't you see? Lorraine. Lorraine looked at her curiously, but shook her head. Does it mean anything in particular? Of course it does. Don't you see? Jimmy had his right hand in a sling. By Jove, Bundle, said Jimmy slowly. It was rather odd, now I come to think of it. It's being a left-hand glove. I mean, Battle never said anything. He wasn't going to draw attention to it. By trying it on you, it might pass without notice being drawn to it. And he talked about the size just to put everybody off. But surely it must mean that the man who shot at you held the pistol in his left hand. So we've got to look for a left-handed man, said Lorraine thoughtfully. Yes, and I'll tell you another thing. That was what Battle was doing looking through the golf clubs. He was looking for a left-handed man's. By Jove, said Jimmy suddenly. What is it? Well, I don't suppose there's anything in it. But it's rather curious. He retailed the conversation at tea the day before. So Sir Oswald Coote is ambidextrous, said Bundle. Yes, and I remember now, on that night at Chimneys, you know. The night Jerry Wade died, I was watching the bridge and thinking idly how awkwardly someone was dealing, and then realizing that it was because they were dealing with the left hand. Of course. It must have been Sir Oswald. They all three looked at each other. Lorraine shook her head. A man like Sir Oswald Coote. It's impossible. What could he have to gain by it? It seems absurd, said Jimmy. And yet no seven has his own ways of working, quoted Bundle softly. Supposing this is the way Sir Oswald has really made his fortune. But why stage all that comedy at the Abbey when he'd had the formula at his own works? There might be ways of explaining that, said Lorraine. The same line of argument you used about Mr. O'Rourke. Suspicion had to be diverted from him and placed in another quarter. Bundle nodded eagerly. It all fits in. Suspicion is to fall on Bower and the Countess. Who on earth would ever dream of suspecting Sir Oswald Coote? I wonder if Battle does, said Jimmy slowly. Some chord of memory vibrated in Bundle's mind. Superintendent Battle plucking an ivy leaf off the millionaire's coat. Had Battle suspected all the time? Chapter 29. Singular Behavior of George Lomax. Mr. Lomax is here, my lord. Lord Caterham started violently, for, absorbed in the intricacies of what not to do with the left wrist, he had not heard the butler approach over the soft turf. He looked at Treadwell more in sorrow than in anger. I told you at breakfast, Treadwell, that I should be particularly engaged this morning. Yes, my lord, but go and tell Mr. Lomax that you have made a mistake, that I am out in the village, that I am laid up with the gout, or, if all else fails, that I am dead. Mr. Lomax, my lord, has already caught sight of your lordship when driving up the drive. Lord Caterham sighed deeply. He would, very well. Treadwell, I am coming. In a manner highly characteristic, Lord Caterham was always most genial when his feelings were in reality the reverse. He greeted George now with a heartiness quite unparalleled. My dear fellow, my dear fellow, delighted to see you. Absolutely delighted. Sit down, have a drink. Well, well, this is splendid. And having pushed George into a large armchair, he sat down opposite him and blinked nervously. I wanted to see you, very particularly, said George. Oh, said Lord Caterham faintly, and his heart sank, whilst his mind raced actively over all the dread possibilities that might lie behind that simple phrase. Very particularly, said George with heavy emphasis. Lord Caterham's heart sank lower than ever. He felt that something was coming worse than anything he had yet thought of. Yes, he said, with a courageous attempt at nonchalance. Is Eileen at home? Lord Caterham felt reprieved, but slightly surprised. Yes, yes, he said. Bundle's here. Got that friend of hers with her, the little Wade girl. Very nice girl, very nice girl. Going to be quite a good golfer one day. Nice, easy swing. He was chatting garrulously on when George interrupted with ruthlessness. I am glad that Eileen is at home. Perhaps I might have an interview with her presently. Certainly, my dear fellow. Certainly. Lord Caterham still felt very surprised, but was still enjoying the sensation of reprieve. If it doesn't bore you. Nothing could bore me less, said George. I think, Caterham, if I may say so, that you hardly appreciate the fact that Eileen is grown up. She is no longer a child. She is a woman. If I may say so, a very charming and talented woman. The man who succeeds in winning her love will be extremely lucky. I repeat it, extremely lucky. Oh, I dare say, said Lord Caterham, but she's very restless. You know, never content to be in one place for more than 2 minutes together. However, I dare say young fellows don't mind that nowadays. You mean that she is not content to stagnate. Eileen has brains. Caterham, she is ambitious. She interests herself in the questions of the day, and brings her fresh and vivid young intellect to bear upon them. Lord Caterham stared at him. It occurred to him that what was so often referred to as the strain of modern life had begun to tell upon George. Certainly his description of Bundle seemed to Lord Caterham ludicrously unlike. Are you sure you are feeling quite well? He asked anxiously. George waved the inquiry aside impatiently. Perhaps. Caterham, you begin to have some inkling of my purpose in visiting you this morning. I am not a man to undertake fresh responsibilities lightly. I have a proper sense, I hope, of what is due to the position I hold. I have given this matter my deep and earnest consideration. Marriage, especially at my age, is not to be undertaken without full consideration. Equality of birth, similarity of tastes, general suitability, and the same religious creed. All these things are necessary, and the pros and cons have to be weighed and considered. I can, I think, offer my wife a position in society that is not to be despised. Eileen will grace that position admirably. By birth and breeding, she is fitted for it, and her brains and her acute political sense cannot but further my career to our mutual advantage. I am aware, Caterham, that there is some disparity in years, but I can assure you that I feel full of vigor in my prime. The balance of years should be on the husband's side, and Eileen has serious tastes. An older man will suit her better than some young jackanapes without either experience or savoir-faire. I can assure you, my dear Caterham, that I will cherish her exquisite youth. I will cherish it, or it will be appreciated. To watch the exquisite flower of her mind unfolding, what a privilege, and to think that I never realized. He shook his head deprecatingly, and Lord Caterham, finding his voice with difficulty, said blankly, "Do I understand you to mean, my dear fellow, you can't want to marry Bundle? You are surprised. I suppose to you it seems sudden. I have your permission, then, to speak to her." "Oh, yes," said Lord Caterham. "If it's permission you want, of course you can. But you know, Lomax, I really shouldn't if I were you. Just go home and think it over like a good fellow. Count 20, all that sort of thing. Always a pity to propose and make a fool of yourself. I dare say you mean your advice kindly, Caterham, though I must confess that you put it somewhat strangely. But I have made up my mind to put my fortune to the test. I may see Eileen O. It's nothing to do with me," said Lord Caterham hastily. "Eileen settles her own affairs. If she came to me tomorrow and said she was going to marry the chauffeur, I shouldn't make any objections. It's the only way nowadays. Your children can make life damned unpleasant if you don't give in to them in every way. I say to Bundle, do as you like, but don't worry me. And really, on the whole, she is amazingly good about it." George stood up intent upon his purpose. "Where shall I find her?" "Well, really, I don't know," said Lord Caterham vaguely. "She might be anywhere. As I told you just now, she's never in the same place for 2 minutes together. No repose. And I suppose Miss Wade will be with her. It seems to me, Caterham, that the best plan would be for you to ring the bell and ask your butler to find her, saying that I wish to speak to her for a few minutes." Lord Caterham pressed the bell obediently. "Oh, Treadwell," he said, when the bell was answered, "just find her ladyship, will you? Tell her Mr. Lomax is anxious to speak to her in the drawing-room." "Yes, my lord." Treadwell withdrew. George seized Lord Caterham's hand and wrung it warmly, much to the latter's discomfort. 1,000 thanks, he said. I hope soon to bring you good news. He hastened from the room. Well, said Lord Caterham. Well? And after a long pause, what has Bundle been up to? The door opened again. Mr. Eversley, my lord. As Bill hastened in, Lord Caterham caught his hand and spoke earnestly. Hello, Bill. You're looking for Lomax, I suppose. Look here. If you want to do a good turn, hurry to the drawing room and tell him the cabinet have called an immediate meeting. Or get him away somehow. It's really not fair to let the poor devil make an ass of himself, all for some silly girl's prank. I've not come for Cotters, said Bill. Didn't know he was here? It's Bundle I want to see. Is she anywhere about? You can't see her, said Lord Caterham. Not just now. At any rate, George is with her. Well, what does it matter? I think it does rather, said Lord Caterham. He's probably spluttering horribly at this minute, and we mustn't do anything to make it worse for him. But what is he saying, heaven knows, said Lord Caterham. A lot of damn nonsense. Anyway, never say too much. That was always my motto. Grab the girl's hand and let events take their course. Bill stared at him. But look here, sir, I'm in a hurry. I must talk to Bundlewell. I don't suppose you'll have to wait long. I must confess, I'm rather glad to have you here with me. I suppose Lomax will insist on coming back and talking to me when it's all over. When what's all over? What is Lomax supposed to be doing, hush? Said Lord Caterham. He's proposing. What marriage? To Bundle. Don't ask me why. I suppose he's come to what they call the dangerous age. I can't explain it any other way. Proposing to Bundle, the dirty swine. At his age, Bill's face grew crimson. He says he's in the prime of life, said Lord Caterham cautiously. Why, he's a decrepit senile. Bill positively choked. Not at all, said Lord Caterham coldly. He's 5 years younger than I am. Of all the damn cheek cotters and Bundle, a girl like Bundle, you oughtn't to have allowed it. I never interfere, said Lord Caterham. You ought to have told him what you thought of him. Unfortunately, modern civilization rules that out, said Lord Caterham regretfully. In the Stone Age now, but, dear me, I suppose even then I shouldn't be able to do it, being a small man. Honey Bundle, why? I've never dared to ask Bundle to marry me because I knew she'd only laugh. And George, a disgusting windbag, an unscrupulous, hypocritical old hot air merchant, a foul, poisonous self-advertiser. Go on, said Lord Caterham. I am enjoying this. My God, said Bill simply and with feeling. Look here, I must be off. No, don't go. I'd much rather you stayed. Besides, you want to see Bundle? Not now. This has driven everything else out of my head. You don't know where Jimmy Thesiger is, by any chance. I believe he was staying with the Coots. Is he there still? I think he went back to town yesterday. Bundle and Lorraine were over there on Saturday. If you'll only wait. But Bill shook his head energetically and rushed from the room. Lord Caterham tiptoed out into the hall, seized a hat, and made a hurried exit by the side door. In the distance, he observed Bill streaking down the drive in his car. That young man will have an accident, he thought. Bill, however, reached London without any mischance. and proceeded to park his car in St. James's Square. Then he sought out Jimmy Thesiger's rooms. Jimmy was at home. "Hello, Bill," I say. "What's the matter? You don't look your usual bright little self." "I'm worried," said Bill. I was worried anyway. And then something else turned up and gave me a jolt. "Oh," said Jimmy. "How lucid. What's it all about? Can I do anything?" Bill did not reply. He sat staring at the carpet and looking so puzzled and uncomfortable that Jimmy felt his curiosity aroused. "Has anything very extraordinary occurred, William?" he asked gently. "Something damned odd. I can't make head or tail of it. The Seven Dials business. Yes, the Seven Dials business. I got a letter this morning." "A letter? What sort of letter?" "A letter from Ronnie Devereux's executors." Good Lord. After all this time, it seems he left instructions, if he was to die. Suddenly, a certain sealed envelope was to be sent to me exactly a fortnight after his death. "And they've sent it to you?" "Yes." "You've opened it?" "Yes." "Well, what did it say?" Bill turned a glance upon him, such a strange and uncertain one that Jimmy was startled. "Look here," he said. "Pull yourself together. Old man, it seems to have knocked the wind out of you. Whatever it is, have a drink." He poured out a stiff whiskey and soda and brought it over to Bill, who took it obediently. His face still bore the same dazed expression. "It's what's in the letter," he said. "I simply can't believe it. That's all." "Oh, nonsense," said Jimmy. "You must get into the habit of believing 6 impossible things before breakfast." "I do it regularly." "Now then, let's hear all about it." "Wait a minute." He went outside. "Stevens." "Yes, sir." "Just go out and get me some cigarettes. Will you? I've run out." "Very good, sir." Jimmy waited till he heard the front door close. Then he came back into the sitting room. Bill was just in the act of setting down his empty glass. He looked better, more purposeful, and more master of himself. "Now then," said Jimmy, "I've sent Stevens out so that we can't be overheard. Are you going to tell me all about it? It's so incredible. Then it's sure to be true. Come on, out with it." Bill drew a deep breath. "I will. I'll tell you everything." Chapter 30. An Urgent Summons. Lorraine, playing with a small and delectable puppy, was somewhat surprised when Bundle rejoined her after an absence of 20 minutes. In a breathless state and with an indescribable expression on her face. "Woof," said Bundle, sinking onto a garden seat. "Woof." "What's the matter?" asked Lorraine, looking at her curiously. "George is the matter, George Lomax. What's he been doing?" "Proposing to me. It was awful. He spluttered and he stuttered, but he would go through with it. He must have learnt it. Trumped out of a book, I think. There was no stopping him. Oh, how I hate men who splutter. And, unfortunately, I didn't know the reply. You must have known what you wanted to do. Naturally, I'm not going to marry an apologetic idiot like George. What I mean is, I didn't know the correct reply from the book of etiquette. I could only just say flatly, no, I won't. What I ought to have said was something about being very sensible of the honor he had done me, and so on and so on. But I got so rattled that in the end I jumped out of the window and bolted. Really. Bundle. That's not like you. Well, I never dreamt of such a thing happening. George, who I always thought hated me, and he did too. What a fatal thing it is to pretend to take an interest in a man's pet subject. You should have heard the drivel George talked about, my girlish mind, and the pleasure it would be to form it. My mind. If George knew 1/4 of what was going on in my mind, he'd faint with horror. Lorraine laughed. She couldn't help it. Oh, I know it's my own fault. I let myself in for this. There's Father dodging round that rhododendron. Hello? Father. Lord Caterham approached with a hangdog expression. Lomax gone. Eh? He remarked with somewhat forced geniality. A nice business you let me in for, said Bundle. George told me he had your full approval and sanction. Well, said Lord Caterham, what did you expect me to say? As a matter of fact, I didn't say that at all. Or anything like it. I didn't really think so, said Bundle. I assumed that George had talked you into a corner and reduced you to such a state that you could only nod your head feebly. That's very much what happened. How did he take it? Badly. I didn't wait to see, said Bundle. I'm afraid I was rather abrupt. Oh well, said Lord Caterham. Perhaps that was the best way. Thank goodness, in the future Lomax won't always be running over as he has been in the habit of doing. Worrying me about things. Everything is for the best, they say. Have you seen my jigger anywhere? A mashy shot or two would steady my nerves. I think, said Bundle, I'll take you on for 6pence. Lorraine? An hour passed very peacefully. The three returned to the house in a harmonious spirit. A note lay on the hall table. Mr. Lomax left that for you, my lord, explained Treadwell. He was much disappointed to find that you had gone out. Lord Caterham tore it open. He uttered a pained ejaculation and turned upon his daughter. Treadwell had retired. Really? Bundle! You might have made yourself clear. I think... What do you mean, well? Read this. Bundle took it and read my dear Caterham. I'm sorry not to have had a word with you. I thought I made it clear that I wanted to see you again after my interview with Eileen. She, dear child, was evidently quite unaware of the feelings I entertained towards her. She was, I am afraid, much startled. I have no wish to hurry her in any way. Her girlish confusion was very charming, and I entertain an even higher regard for her, as I much appreciate her maidenly reserve. I must give her time to become accustomed to the idea. Her very confusion shows that she is not wholly indifferent to me, and I have no doubts of my ultimate success. Believe me, dear Caterham, your sincere friend, George Lomax. Well, said Bundle. Well, I'm damned. Words failed her. The man must be mad, said Lord Caterham. No one could write those things about you. Bundle, unless they were slightly touched in the head. Poor chap, poor chap. But what persistence! I don't wonder he got into the cabinet. It would serve him right if you did marry him. Bundle. The telephone rang, and Bundle moved forward to answer it. In another minute, George and his proposal were forgotten, and she was beckoning eagerly to Lorraine. Lord Caterham went off to his own sanctum. It's Jimmy, said Bundle, and he's tremendously excited about something. Thank goodness I've caught you, said Jimmy's voice. There's no time to be lost. Lorraine's there. 2. Yes, she's here. Well, look here. I haven't got time to explain everything, in fact. I can't through the telephone. But Bill has been round to see me with the most amazing story you ever heard. If it's true, well, if it's true, it's the biggest scoop of the century. Now, look here. This is what you've got to do. Come up to town at once. Both of you. Garage the car somewhere and go straight to the Seven Dials Club. Do you think that when you get there, you can get rid of that footman fellow, Alfred Rather? You leave that to me. Good. Get rid of him, and watch out for me and Bill. Don't show yourselves at the windows. But when we drive up, let us in at once. See? Yes, that's all right then. Oh, Bundle, don't let on that you're going up to town. Make some other excuse. Say you're taking Lorraine home. How would that do splendidly? I say, Jimmy, I'm thrilled to the core, and you might as well make your will before starting. Better and better. But I wish I knew what it was all about. You will as soon as we meet. I'll tell you this much. We're going to get ready the hell of a surprise for No. 7. Bundle hung up the receiver and turned to Lorraine, giving her a rapid resume of the conversation. Lorraine rushed upstairs and hurriedly packed her suitcase, and Bundle put her head round her father's door. I'm taking Lorraine home. Father, why, I had no idea she was going today. They want her back, said Bundle vaguely. Just telephoned. Bye-bye. Here? Bundle. Wait a minute. When will you be home? Don't know. Expect me when you see me. With this unceremonious exit, Bundle rushed upstairs, put a hat on, slipped into her fur coat, and was ready to start. She had already ordered the Hispano to be brought round. The journey to London was without adventure, except such as was habitually provided by Bundle's driving. They left the car at a garage and proceeded direct to the Seven Dials Club. The door was opened to them by Alfred. Bundle pushed her way past him without ceremony, and Lorraine followed. Shut the door. Alfred, said Bundle. Now, I've come here especially to do you a good turn. The police are after you. Oh, my Lady Alfred turned chalk white. I've come to warn you because you did me a good turn the other night, went on Bundle rapidly. There's a warrant out for Mr. Mozgorovsky, and the best thing you can do is to clear out of here as quick as you can. If you're not found here, they won't bother about you. Here's £10 to help you get away somewhere. In 3 minutes' time, an incoherent and badly scared Alfred had left 14 Hunstanton Street, with only one idea in his head, never to return. Well, I've managed that all right, said Bundle with satisfaction. Was it necessary to be so well? Drastic Lorraine demurred. It's safer, said Bundle. I don't know what Jimmy and Bill are up to, but we don't want Alfred coming back in the middle of it and wrecking everything. Hello, here they are. Well, they haven't wasted much time. Probably watching round the corner to see Alfred leave. Go down and open the door to them. Lorraine obeyed. Jimmy Thesiger alighted from the driving seat. You stop here for a moment. Bill, he said, blow the horn if you think anyone's watching the place. He ran up the steps and banged the door behind him. He looked pink and elated. Hello, Bundle. There you are. Now then, we've got to get down to it. Where's the key of the room you got into last time? It was one of the downstairs keys. We'd better bring the lot up. Right you are. But be quick. Time's short. The key was easily found. The baize-lined door swung back, and the three entered. The room was exactly as Bundle had seen it before, with the 7 chairs grouped round the table. Jimmy surveyed it for a minute or two in silence. Then his eyes went to the 2 cupboards. Which is the cupboard you hid in? Bundle, this one. Jimmy went to it and flung the door open. The same collection of miscellaneous glassware covered the shelves. We shall have to shift all this stuff, he murmured. Run down and get Bill. Lorraine, there's no need for him to keep watch outside any longer. Lorraine ran off. What are you going to do? Inquired Bundle impatiently. Jimmy was down on his knees, trying to peer through the crack of the other cupboard door. Wait till Bill comes, and you shall hear the whole story. This is his staff work, and a jolly, creditable bit of work it is. Hello, what's Lorraine flying up the stairs for, as though she's got a mad bull after her? Lorraine was indeed racing up the stairs as fast as she could. She burst in upon them with an ashen face and terror in her eyes. Bill, Bill. Oh, Bundle Bill. What about Bill? Jimmy caught her by the shoulder. For God's sake. Lorraine, what's happened? Lorraine was still gasping. Bill, I think he's dead. He's in the car still, but he doesn't move or speak. I'm sure he's dead. Jimmy muttered an oath and sprang for the stairs. Bundle behind him. Her heart pounding unevenly and an awful feeling of desolation spreading over her. Bill dead. Oh, no, oh, no, not that. Please God, not that. Together she and Jimmy reached the car, Lorraine behind them. Jimmy peered under the hood. Bill was sitting as he had left him, leaning back, but his eyes were closed and Jimmy's pull at his arm brought no response. I can't understand it, muttered Jimmy. But he's not dead. Cheer up. Bundle. Look here. We've got to get him into the house. Let's pray to goodness no policeman comes along. If anybody says anything, he's our sick friend we're helping into the house. Between the 3 of them, they got Bill into the house without much difficulty and without attracting much attention, save for an unshaven gentleman who said sympathetically, Gennemans add a couple, she, and nodded his head sapiently. Into the little back room downstairs, said Jimmy. There's a sofa there. They got him safely onto the sofa, and Bundle knelt down beside him and took his limp wrist in her hand. His pulse is beating, she said. What is the matter with him? He was all right when I left him just now, said Jimmy. I wonder if someone's managed to inject some stuff into him. It would be easily done, just a prick. The man might have been asking him the time. There's only one thing for it. I must get him a doctor at once. You stay here and look after him. He hurried to the door, then paused. Look here, don't be scared, either of you. But I'd better leave you my revolver. I mean, just in case. I'll be back just as soon as I possibly can. He laid the revolver down on the little table by the sofa, then hurried off. They heard the front door bang behind him. The house seemed very still now. The 2 girls stayed motionless by Bill. Bundle still kept her finger on his pulse. It seemed to be beating very fast and irregularly. I wish we could do something, she whispered to Lorraine. This is awful. Lorraine nodded. I know. It seems ages since Jimmy went, and yet it's only a minute and a half. I keep hearing things, said Bundle. Footsteps and boards creaking upstairs, and yet I know it's only imagination. I wonder why Jimmy left us the revolver, said Lorraine. There can't really be danger. If they could get Bill, said Bundle, and stopped. Lorraine shivered. I know, but we're in the house. Nobody can get in without our hearing them. And anyway, we've got the revolver. Bundle turned her attention back again to Bill. I wish I knew what to do. Hot coffee. You give them that sometimes. I've got some smelling salts in my bag, said Lorraine. And some brandy. Where is it? Oh, I must have left it in the room upstairs. I'll get it, said Bundle. They might do some good. She sped quickly up the stairs, across the gaming room and through the open door into the meeting place. Lorraine's bag was lying on the table. As Bundle stretched out her hand to take it, she heard a noise from behind her. Hidden behind the door, a man stood ready with a sandbag in his hand. Before Bundle could turn her head, he had struck. With a faint moan, Bundle slipped him down, an unconscious heap upon the floor. Chapter 31, The 7 Dials. Very slowly, Bundle returned to consciousness. She was aware of a dark, spinning blackness, the center of which was a violent, throbbing ache. Punctuating this were sounds, a voice that she knew very well saying the same thing over and over again. The blackness span less violently. The ache was now definitely located as being in Bundle's own head, and she was sufficiently herself to take an interest in what the voice was saying. Darling, darling Bundle. Oh, darling Bundle. She's dead. I know she's dead. Oh, my darling Bundle, darling, darling Bundle. I do love you so. Bundle. Darling, darling. Bundle lay quite still with her eyes shut, but she was now fully conscious. Bill's arms held her closely. Bundle, darling, dearest darling Bundle. Oh, my dear love. Oh. Bundle, Bundle, what shall I do? Oh, darling, one my Bundle, my own dearest, sweetest Bundle. Oh, God, what shall I do? I've killed her. I've killed her. Reluctantly, very reluctantly, Bundle spoke. No, you haven't, you silly idiot, she said. Bill gave a gasp of utter amazement. Bundle, you're alive. Of course I'm alive. How long have you been? I mean, when did you come to? About 5 minutes ago. Why didn't you open your eyes or say something? Didn't want to. I was enjoying myself. Enjoying yourself, yes. Listening to all the things you were saying. You'll never say them so well again. You'll be too beastly self-conscious. Bill had turned a dark brick red. Bundle, you really didn't mind. You know, I do love you so. I have for ages, but I never have dared to tell you so. You silly juggins, said Bundle. Why, I thought you'd only laugh at me. I mean, you've got brains and all that, you'll marry some bigwig. Like George Lomax, suggested Bundle. I don't mean a fatuous ass like Cotter's, but some really fine chap who'll be worthy of you, though I don't think anyone could be that, ended Bill. You're rather a dear. Bill. But, Bundle, seriously. Could you ever bring yourself to, could I ever bring myself to do what marry me? I know I'm awfully thick-headed, but I do love you. Bundle, I'd be your dog, or your slave, or your anything. You're very like a dog, said Bundle. I like dogs. They're so friendly and faithful and warm-hearted. I think that perhaps I could just bring myself to marry you. Bill with a great effort. You know. Bill's response to this was to relinquish his grasp of her and recoil violently. He looked at her with amazement in his eyes. Bundle, you don't mean it. There's nothing for it, said Bundle. I see. I shall have to relapse into unconsciousness again. Bundle Darling Bill caught her to him. He was trembling violently. Bundle, do you really mean it? Do you? You don't know how much I love you. Oh, Bill, said Bundle. There is no need to describe in detail the conversation of the next 10 minutes. Yes, it consisted mostly of repetitions. And do you really love me, said Bill, incredulously, for the 20th time as he at last released her. Yes, yes, yes. Now do let's be sensible. I've got a racking head still, and I've been nearly squeezed to death by you. I want to get the hang of things. Where are we, and what's happened? For the first time, Bundle began to take stock of her surroundings. They were in the secret room, she noted, and the baize door was closed and presumably locked. They were prisoners. Then Bundle's eyes came back to Bill. Quite oblivious of her question, he was watching her with adoring eyes. Bill, darling, said Bundle, pull yourself together. We've got to get out of here. Eh? Said Bill. What? Oh. Yes. That'll be all right. No difficulty about that. It's being in love makes you feel like that, said Bundle. I feel rather the same myself, as though everything's easy and possible. So it is, said Bill. Now that I know you care for me. Stop it, said Bundle. Once we begin again, any serious conversation will be hopeless. Unless you pull yourself together and become sensible, I shall very likely change my mind. I shan't let you, said Bill. You don't think that once having got you, I'd be such a fool as to let you go. Do you? You would not coerce me against my will? I hope, said Bundle grandiloquently. Wouldn't I, said Bill. You just watch me do it. That's all. You really are rather a darling. Bill, I was afraid you might be too meek, but I see there's going to be no danger of that. In another half hour, you'd be ordering me about. Oh, dear, we're getting silly again. Now, look here, Bill, we've got to get out of here. I tell you that'll be quite all right. I shall. He broke off, obedient to a pressure from Bundle's hand. She was leaning forward, listening intently. Yes, she had not been mistaken. A step was crossing the outer room. The key was thrust into the lock and turned. Bundle held her breath. Was it Jimmy coming to rescue them, or was it someone else? The door opened, and the black-bearded Mr. Moskarovsky stood on the threshold. Immediately, Bill took a step forward, standing in front of Bundle. Look here, he said. I want a word with you privately. The Russian did not reply for a minute or two. He stood stroking his long, silky black beard and smiling quietly to himself. So, he said at last, it is like that. Very well. The lady will be pleased to come with me. It's all right. Bundle, said Bill. Leave it to me. You go with this chap. Nobody's going to hurt you. I know what I'm doing. Bundle rose obediently. That note of authority in Bill's voice was new to her. He seemed absolutely sure of himself and confident of being able to deal with the situation. Bundle wondered vaguely what it was that Bill had or thought he had up his sleeve. She passed out of the room in front of the Russian. He followed her, closing the door behind him and locking it. "This way, please," he said. He indicated the staircase, and she mounted obediently to the floor above. Here she was directed to pass into a small, frowsy room, which she took to be Alfred's bedroom. Moskarovsky said, "You will wait here quietly. Please. There must be no noise." Then he went out, closing the door behind him and locking her in. Bundle sat down on a chair. Her head was aching badly still, and she felt incapable of sustained thought. Bill seemed to have the Satoshn well in hand. Sooner or later, she supposed, someone would come and let her out. The minutes passed. Bundle's watch had stopped, but she judged that over an hour had passed since the Russian had brought her here. What was happening? What, indeed, had happened? At last, she heard footsteps on the stairs. It was Moskarovsky once more. He spoke very formally to her. "Lady Eileen Brent, you are wanted at an emergency meeting of the Seven Dials Society. Please follow me." He led the way down the stairs, and Bundle followed him. He opened the door of the secret chamber, and Bundle passed in, catching her breath in surprise as she did so. She was seeing, for the second time, what she had only had a glimpse of the first time through her peephole. The masked figures were sitting round the table. As she stood there, taken aback by the suddenness of it, Moskarovsky slipped into his place, adjusting his clock mask as he did so. But this time, the chair at the head of the table was occupied. No 7 was in his place. Bundle's heart beat violently. She was standing at the foot of the table, directly facing him, and she stared and stared at the mocking piece of hanging stuff, with the clock dial on it, that hid his features. He sat quite immovable, and Bundle got an odd sensation of power radiating from him. His inactivity was not the inactivity of weakness, and she wished violently, almost hysterically, that he would speak, that he would make some sign, some gesture, not just sit there like a gigantic spider in the middle of its web, waiting remorselessly for its prey. She shivered, and as she did so, Moskarovsky rose. His voice, smooth, silky, persuasive, seemed curiously far away. "Lady Eileen, you have been present unasked at the secret councils of this society. It is therefore necessary that you should identify yourself with our aims and ambitions. The place 2 o'clock, you may notice, is vacant. It is that place that is offered to you." Bundle gasped. The thing was like a fantastic nightmare. Was it possible that she, Bundle Brent, was being asked to join a murderous secret society? Had the same proposition been made to Bill? And had he refused indignantly? "I can't do that," she said bluntly. "Do not answer precipitately." She fancied that Moskarovsky, beneath his clock mask, was smiling significantly into his beard. "You do not as yet know, Lady Eileen, what it is you are refusing." "I can make a pretty good guess," said Bundle. "Can you?" It was the voice of 7 o'clock. It awoke some vague chord of memory in Bundle's brain. Surely she knew that voice. Very slowly, No 7 raised a hand to his head and fumbled with the fastening of the mask. Bundle held her breath. At last, she was going to know. The mask fell. Bundle found herself looking into the expressionless wooden face of Superintendent Battle. Chapter 32. Bundle is dumbfounded. "That's right," said Battle, as Mozgorovsky leapt up and came round to Bundle. "Get a chair for her. It's been a bit of a shock. I can see." Bundle sank down on the chair. She felt limp and faint with surprise. Battle went on talking in a quiet, comfortable way, wholly characteristic of him. "You didn't expect to see me, Lady Eileen?" "No." And no more did some of the others sitting round the table. "Mr. Mozgorovsky's been my lieutenant in a manner of speaking. He's been in the know all along, but most of the others have taken their orders blindly from him." Still Bundle said no word. She was a most unusual state of affairs for her simply incapable of speech. Battle nodded at her comprehendingly, seeming to understand the state of her feelings. "You'll have to get rid of one or two preconceived ideas of yours, I'm afraid, Lady Eileen, about this society. For instance, I know it's common enough in books, a secret organization of criminals with a mysterious supercriminal at the head of it whom no one ever sees. That sort of thing may exist in real life. But I can only say that I've never come across anything of the sort, and I've had a good deal of experience one way or another. But there's a lot of romance in the world, Lady Eileen. People, especially young people, like reading about such things, and they like still better really doing them. I'm going to introduce you now to a very creditable band of amateurs that has done remarkably fine work for my department. Work that nobody else could have done. If they've chosen rather melodramatic trappings, well, why shouldn't they? They've been willing to face real danger. Danger of the very worst kind. And they've done it for these reasons: love of danger for its own sake, which to my mind is a very healthy sign in these safety first days, and an honest wish to serve their country. And now, Lady Eileen, I'm going to introduce you. First of all, there's Mr. Mozgorovsky, whom you already know in a manner of speaking. As you're aware, he runs the club, and he runs a host of other things too. He's our most valuable secret anti-Bolshevist agent in England. No 5 is Count Andras of the Hungarian embassy, a very near and dear friend of the late Gerald Wade. No 4 is Mr. Hayward Phelps, an American journalist, whose British sympathies are very keen and whose aptitude for scenting news is remarkable. No 3. He stopped, smiling, and Bundle stared dumbfounded into the sheepish, grinning face of Bill Eversley. No 2, went on Battle in a graver voice, can only show an empty place. It is the place belonging to Mr. Ronald Devereux, a very gallant young gentleman who died for his country, if any man ever did. No 1. Well, no 1 was Mr. Gerald Wade, another very gallant gentleman who died in the same way. His place was taken not without some grave misgivings on my part by a lady who has proved her fitness to have it, and who has been a great help to us, the last to do so. No 1 removed her mask, and Bundle looked without surprise into the beautiful, dark face of Countess Radsky. "I might have known," said Bundle resentfully. that you were too completely the beautiful foreign adventuress to be anything of the kind, really. But you don't know the real joke, said Bill. Bundle, this is Babe Saint. More, you remember my telling you about her, and what a ripping actress she was, and she's about proved it. That's so, said Miss Moore in pure transatlantic nasal. But it's not a terrible lot of credit to me, because Papa and Mama came from that part of Europe, so I got the patter fairly easy. Gee, but I nearly gave myself away once at the Abbey. Talking about gardens. She paused and then said abruptly, It's not been just fun. You see, I was kinder engaged to Ronnie, and when he handed in his checks, well, I had to do something to track down the skunk who murdered him. That's all. I'm completely bewildered, said Bundle. Nothing is what it seems. It's very simple. Lady Eileen, said Superintendent Battle. It began with some of the young people wanting a bit of excitement. It was Mr. Wade who first got on to me. He suggested the formation of a band of what you might call amateur workers to do a bit of secret service work. I warned him that it might be dangerous, but he wasn't the kind to weigh that in the balance. I made it plain to him that anyone who came in must do so on that understanding. But, bless you, that wasn't going to stop any of Mr. Wade's friends. And so the thing began. But what was the object of it all? Asked Bundle. We wanted a certain man, wanted him badly. He wasn't an ordinary crook. He worked in Mr. Wade's world, a kind of Raffles, but much more dangerous than any Raffles ever was or could be. He was out for big stuff, international stuff. Twice already valuable secret inventions had been stolen, and clearly stolen by someone who had inside knowledge. The professionals had had a try and failed. Then the amateurs took on and succeeded. Succeeded. Yes, but they didn't come out of it unscathed. The man was dangerous. 2 lives fell victim to him, and he got away with it. But the 7 Dials stuck to it. And as I say, they succeeded. Thanks to Mr. Eversley, the man was caught at last red-handed. Who was he? Asked Bundle. Do I know him? You know him very well, Lady Eileen. His name is Mr. Jimmy Thesiger, and he was arrested this afternoon. Chapter 33. Battle explains. Superintendent Battle settled down to explain. He spoke comfortably and cozily. I didn't suspect him myself for a long time. The first hint of it I had was when I heard what Mr. Devereux's last words had been. Naturally, you took them to mean that Mr. Devereux was trying to send word to Mr. Thesiger that the 7 Dials had killed him. That's what the words seemed to mean on their face value. But of course I knew that that couldn't be so. It was the 7 Dials that Mr. Devereux wanted told, and what he wanted them told was something about Mr. Jimmy Thesiger. The thing seemed incredible, because Mr. Devereux and Mr. Thesiger were close friends. But I remembered something else, that these thefts must have been committed by someone who was absolutely in the know. Someone who, if not in the Foreign Office himself, was in the way of hearing all its chit-chat. And I found it very hard to find out where Mr. Thesiger got his money. The income his father left him was a small one, yet he was able to live at a most expensive rate. Where did the money come from? I knew that Mr. Wade had been very excited by something that he had found out. He was quite sure that he was on the right track. He didn't confide in anyone about what he thought that track was, but he did say something to Mr. Devereaux about being on the point of making sure. That was just before they both went down to Chimneys for that weekend. As you know, Mr. Wade died there apparently from an overdose of a sleeping draught. It seemed straightforward enough, but Mr. Devereaux did not accept that explanation for a minute. He was convinced that Mr. Wade had been very cleverly put out of the way, and that someone in the house must actually be the criminal we were all after. He came, I think, very near confiding in Mr. Thesiger, for he certainly had no suspicions of him at that moment, but something held him back. Then he did a rather curious thing. He arranged 7 clocks upon the mantelpiece, throwing away the 8th. It was meant as a symbol that the 7 dials would revenge the death of one of their members, and he watched eagerly to see if anyone betrayed themselves or showed signs of perturbation. And it was Jimmy Thesiger who poisoned Jerry Wade. Yes, he slipped the stuff into a whiskey and soda which Mr. Wade had downstairs before retiring to bed. That's why he was already feeling sleepy when he wrote that letter to Miss Wade. Then the footman, Bauer, hadn't anything to do with it, asked Bundle. Bauer was one of our people. Lady Eileen, it was thought likely that our crook would go for Herr Eberhard's invention, and Bauer was got into the house to watch events on our behalf. But he wasn't able to do much, as I say. Mr. Thesiger administered the fatal dose easily enough. Later, when everyone was asleep, a bottle, glass, and empty chloral bottle were placed by Mr. Wade's bedside by Mr. Thesiger. Mr. Wade was unconscious then, and his fingers were probably pressed round the glass and the bottle so that they should be found there if any questions should arise. I don't know what effect the 7 clocks on the mantelpiece made on Mr. Thesiger. He certainly didn't let on anything to Mr. Devereaux. All the same, I think he had a bad 5 minutes now, and again thinking of them. And I think he kept a pretty wary eye on Mr. Devereaux after that. We don't know exactly what happened next. No one saw much of Mr. Devereaux after Mr. Wade's death. But it is clear that he worked along the same lines that he knew Mr. Wade had been working on and reached the same result, namely, that Mr. Thesiger was the man. I fancy, too, that he was betrayed in the same way. You mean through Miss Lorraine Wade? Mr. Wade was devoted to her. I believe he hoped to marry her. She wasn't really his sister, of course, and there is no doubt that he told her more than he should have done. But Miss Lorraine Wade was devoted body and soul to Mr. Thesiger. She would do anything he told her. She passed on the information to him. In the same way, later, Mr. Devereaux was attracted to her and probably warned her against Mr. Thesiger. So Mr. Devereaux, in turn, was silenced and died trying to send word to the 7 dials that his murderer was Mr. Thesiger. How ghastly, cried Bundle. If I had only known. Well, it didn't seem likely. In fact, I could hardly credit it myself. But then we came to the fair at the Abbey. You will remember how awkward it was, specially awkward for Mr. Eversley here. You and Mr. Thesiger were hand in glove. Mr. Eversley had already been embarrassed by your insisting on being brought to this place, and when he found that you had actually overheard what went on at a meeting, he was dumbfounded. The superintendent paused, and a twinkle came into his eye. So was I, Lady Eileen. I never dreamed of such a thing being possible. You put one over on me there, all right? Well, Mr. Eversley was in a dilemma. He couldn't let you into the secret of the 7 dials without letting Mr. Thesiger in also, and that would never do. It all suited Mr. Thesiger very well, of course, for it gave him a bona fide reason for getting himself asked to the Abbey, which made things easier for him. I may say that the 7 dials had already sent a warning letter to Mr. Lomax. That was to ensure his applying to me for assistance, so that I should be able to be on the spot in a perfectly natural manner. I made no secret of my presence, as you know. And again, the superintendent's eye twinkled. Well, ostensibly, Mr. Eversley and Mr. Thesiger were to divide the night into 2 watches. Really, Mr. Eversley and Miss St. Moore did so. She was on guard at the library window when she heard Mr. Thesiger coming and had to dart behind the screen. And now comes the cleverness of Mr. Thesiger. Up to a point, he told me a perfectly true story. And I must admit that with the fight and everything, I was distinctly shaken and began to wonder whether he had had anything to do with the theft at all, or whether we were completely on the wrong track. There were 1 or 2 suspicious circumstances that pointed in an entirely different direction. And I can tell you, I didn't know what to make of things when something turned up to clinch matters. I found the burnt glove in the fireplace with the teeth marks on it, and then, well, I knew that I'd been right after all. But, upon my word, he was a clever one. What actually happened, said Bundle. Who was the other man? There wasn't any other man. Listen, and I'll show you how in the end I reconstructed the whole story. To begin with, Mr. Thesiger and Miss Wade were in this together, and they have a rendezvous for an exact time. Miss Wade comes over in her car, climbs through the fence, and comes up to the house. She's got a perfectly good story, if anyone stops her, the one she told eventually. But she arrived unmolested on the terrace, just after the clock had struck 2. Now, I may say, to begin with, that she was seen coming in. My men saw her, but they had orders to stop nobody coming in, only going out. I wanted, you see, to find out as much as possible. Miss Wade arrives on the terrace, and at that minute a parcel falls at her feet, and she picks it up. A man comes down the ivy, and she starts to run. What happens next? The struggle, and presently the revolver shots. What will everyone do? Rush to the scene of the fight. And Miss Lorraine Wade could have left the grounds and driven off with the formula safely in her possession. But things don't happen quite like that. Miss Wade runs straight into my arms. And at that moment, the game changes. It's no longer attack, but defense. Miss Wade tells her story. It is perfectly true and perfectly sensible. And now we come to Mr. Thesiger. One thing struck me at once. The bullet wound alone couldn't have caused him to faint. Either he had fallen and hit his head, or well, he hadn't fainted at all. Later, we had Miss St. Moore's story. It agreed perfectly with Mr. Thesiger's. There was only one suggestive point. Miss St. Moore said that after the lights were turned out, and Mr. Thesiger went over to the window, he was so still that she thought he must have left the room and gone outside. Now, if anyone is in the room, you can hardly help hearing their breathing if you are listening for it. Supposing, then, that Miss Thesiger had gone outside. Where to next? Up the ivy to Mr. O'Rourke's room, Mr. O'Rourke's whiskey and soda having been doped the night before. He gets the papers, throws them down to the girl, climbs down the ivy again, and starts the fight. That's easy enough when you come to think of it. Knock the tables down, stagger about, speak in your own voice, and then in a hoarse half-whisper, and then the final touch, the 2 revolver shots. His own Colt automatic, bought openly the day before, is fired at an imaginary assailant. Then, with his left-gloved hand, he takes from his pocket the small Mauser pistol and shoots himself through the fleshy part of the right arm. He flings the pistol through the window, tears off the glove with his teeth, and throws it into the fire. When I arrive, he is lying on the floor in a faint. Bundle drew a deep breath. You didn't realize all this at the time. Superintendent Battle number that I didn't. I was taken in as much as anyone could be. It wasn't till long afterwards that I pieced it all together. Finding the glove was the beginning of it. Then I made Sir Oswald throw the pistol through the window. It fell a good way farther on than it should have done. But a man who is right-handed doesn't throw nearly as far with the left hand. Even then, it was only suspicion, and a very faint suspicion at that. But there was one point struck me. The papers were obviously thrown down for someone to pick up. If Miss Wade was there by accident, who was the real person? Of course, for those who weren't in the know, that question was answered easily enough, the Countess. But there I had the pull over you. I knew the Countess was all right. So what follows? Why, the idea that the papers had actually been picked up by the person they were meant for. And the more I thought of it, the more it seemed to me a very remarkable coincidence that Miss Wade should have arrived at the exact moment she did. It must have been very difficult for you when I came to you full of suspicion about the Countess. It was, Lady Eileen. I had to say something to put you off the scent, and it was very difficult for Mr. Eversley here, with the lady coming out of a dead faint and no knowing what she might say. I understand Bill's anxiety now, said Bundle, and the way he kept urging her to take time and not talk till she felt quite all right. Poor old Bill, said Miss St. More. That poor baby had to be vamped against his will, getting madder than a hornet every minute. Well, said Superintendent Battle, there it was. I suspected Mr. Thesiger, but I couldn't get definite proof. On the other hand, Mr. Thesiger himself was rattled. He realized more or less what he was up against in the 7 Dials, but he wanted badly to know who No 7 was. He got himself asked to the Coots under the impression that Sir Oswald Coote was No 7. I suspected Sir Oswald, said Bundle, especially when he came in from the garden that night. I never suspected him, said Battle, but I don't mind telling you that I did have my suspicions of that young chap. His secretary, Pongo, said Bill, not old Pongo. Yes, Mr. Eversley, old Pongo as you call him. A very efficient gentleman, and one that could have put anything through if he'd a mind to. I suspected him partly because he'd been the one to take the clocks into Mr. Wade's room that night. It would have been easy for him to put the bottle and glass by the bedside then. And then, for another thing, he was left-handed. That glove pointed straight to him if it hadn't been for one thing, what? The teeth marks only a man whose right hand was incapacitated would have needed to tear off that glove with his teeth. So Pongo was cleared. So Pongo was cleared. As you say, I'm sure it would be a great surprise to Mr. Bateman to know he was ever suspected. It would, agreed Bill. A solemn card, a silly ass like Pongo. How could you ever think, well, as far as that goes, Mr. Thesiger was what you might describe as an empty-headed young ass of the most brainless description. One of the two was playing a part. When I decided that it was Mr. Thesiger, I was interested to get Mr. Bateman's opinion of him. All along, Mr. Bateman had the gravest suspicions of Mr. Thesiger and frequently said as much to Sir Oswald. It's curious, said Bill, but Pongo always is right. It's maddening. Well, as I say, went on Superintendent Battle. We got Mr. Thesiger fairly on the run. Badly rattled over this Seven Dials business and uncertain just where the danger lay. That we got him in the end was solely through Mr. Eversley. He knew what he was up against, and he risked his life cheerfully. But he never dreamt that you would be dragged into it, Lady Eileen. My God, no, said Bill with feeling. He went round to Mr. Thesiger's rooms with a cooked-up tale. Continued battle. He was to pretend that certain papers of Mr. Devereux's had come into his hands. Those papers were to suggest a suspicion of Mr. Thesiger. Naturally, as the honest friend. Mr. Eversley rushed round, sure that Mr. Thesiger would have an explanation. We calculated that if we were right, Mr. Thesiger would try and put Mr. Eversley out of the way, and we were fairly certain as to the way he'd do it. Sure enough, Mr. Thesiger gave his guest a whiskey and soda. During the minute or two that his host was out of the room, Mr. Eversley poured that into a jar on the mantelpiece. But he had to pretend, of course, that the drug was taking effect. It would be slow. He knew, not sudden. He began his story, and Mr. Thesiger at first denied it all indignantly. But as soon as he saw, or thought he saw, that the drug was taking effect, he admitted everything and told Mr. Eversley that he was the third victim. When Mr. Eversley was nearly unconscious, Mr. Thesiger took him down to the car and helped him in. The hood was up. He must already have telephoned to you, unknown to Mr. Eversley. He made a clever suggestion to you. You were to say that you were taking Miss Wade home. You made no mention of a message from him. Later, when your body was found here, Miss Wade would swear that you had driven her home and gone up to London with the idea of penetrating into this house by yourself. Mr. Eversley continued to play his part, that of the unconscious man. I may say that as soon as the two young men had left Jermyn Street, one of my men gained admission and found the doctored whiskey, which contained enough hydrochloride of morphia to kill 2 men. Also, the car they were in was followed. Mr. Thesiger drove out of town to a well-known golf course, where he showed himself for a few minutes. Speaking of playing around, that, of course, was for an alibi, should one be needed. He left the car, with Mr. Eversley in it, a little way down the road. Then he drove back to town and to the Seven Dials Club. As soon as he saw Alfred leave, he drove up to the door, spoke to Mr. Eversley as he got out, in case you might be listening, and came into the house and played his little comedy. When he pretended to go for a doctor, he really only slammed the door and then crept quietly upstairs and hid behind the door of this room, where Miss Wade would presently send you up on some excuse. Mr. Eversley, of course, was horror-struck when he saw you, but he thought it best to keep up the part he was playing. He knew our people were watching the house, and he imagined that there was no immediate danger intended to you. He could always come to life at any moment. When Mr. Thesiger threw his revolver on the table and apparently left the house, it seemed safer than ever. As for the next bit, he paused, looking at Bill. Perhaps you'd like to tell that. Sir, I was still lying on that bally sofa, said Bill, trying to look done in and getting the fidgets worse and worse. Then I heard someone run down the stairs, and Lorraine got up and went to the door. I heard Thesiger's voice, but not what he said. I heard Lorraine say, "That's all right. It's gone splendidly." Then he said, "Help me carry him up. It will be a bit of a job, but I want them both together. They're a nice little surprise for No. 7. I didn't quite understand what they were jawing about, but they hauled me up the stairs somehow or other. It was a bit of a job for them. I made myself a dead weight all right. They heaved me in here, and then I heard Lorraine say, 'You're sure it's all right? She won't come round.' And Jimmy said, 'The damned blackguard. No fear. I hit her with all my might.' They went away and locked the door. And then I opened my eyes and saw you. My God, Bundle. I shall never feel so perfectly awful again. I thought you were dead. I suppose my hat saved me," said Bundle. "Partly," said Superintendent Battle, "but partly it was Mr. Thesiger's wounded arm. He didn't realize it himself, but it had only half its usual strength. Still, that's all no credit to the department. We didn't take the care of you we ought to have done. Lady Eileen, and it's a black blot on the whole business. I'm very tough," said Bundle, "and also rather lucky. What I can't get over is Lorraine being in it. She was such a gentle little thing." "Ah," said the superintendent. "So was the Pentonville murderess that killed 5 children. You can't go by that. She's got bad blood in her. Her father ought to have seen the inside of a prison more than once. You've got her too." Superintendent Battle nodded. "I dare say they won't hang. Her juries are soft-hearted. But young Thesiger will swing all right, and a good thing too. A more utterly depraved and callous criminal I never met. And now," he added, "if your head isn't aching too badly, Lady Eileen, what about a little celebration? There's a nice little restaurant round the corner." Bundle heartily agreed. "I'm starving. Superintendent Battle, besides." She looked round. "I've got to get to know all my colleagues. The 7 Dials," said Bill. "Hurrah! Some fizz is what we need. Do they run to fizz at this place?" "Battle, you won't have anything to complain of." "Sir, you leave it to me." "Superintendent Battle," said Bundle, "you are a wonderful man. I'm sorry you're married already. As it is, I shall have to put up with Bill." Chapter 34. Lord Caterham approves. "Father," said Bundle, "I've got to break a piece of news to you. You're going to lose me." "Nonsense," said Lord Caterham. Don't tell me that you're suffering from galloping consumption or a weak heart or anything like that, because I simply don't believe it. It's not death, said Bundle. It's marriage. Very nearly as bad, said Lord Caterham. I suppose I shall have to come to the wedding, all dressed up in tight, uncomfortable clothes, and give you away. And Lomax may think it necessary to kiss me in the vestry. Good heavens, you don't think I'm going to marry George? Do you? Cried Bundle. Well, something like that seemed to be in the wind last time I saw you, said her father, yesterday morning. You know, I'm going to be married to someone 100 times nicer than George, said Bundle. I hope so. I'm sure, said Lord Caterham, but one never knows. I don't feel you're really a good judge of character. Bundle, you told me that young Thesiger was a cheerful inefficient, and from all I hear now, it seems that he was one of the most efficient criminals of the day. The sad thing is that I never met him. I was thinking of writing my reminiscences soon, with a special chapter on murderers I have met, and by a purely technical oversight. I never met this young man. Don't be silly, said Bundle. You know you haven't got the energy to write reminiscences or anything else. I wasn't actually going to write them myself, said Lord Caterham. I believe that's never done. But I met a very charming girl the other day, and that's her special job. She collects the material and does all the actual writing. And what do you do? Oh, just give her a few facts for half an hour every day. Nothing more than that. After a slight pause, Lord Caterham said she was a nice-looking girl, very restful and sympathetic. Father, said Bundle, I have a feeling that without me you will run into deadly danger. Different kinds of danger suit different kinds of people, said Lord Caterham. He was moving away when he turned back and said over his shoulder, By the way, Bundle, who are you marrying, I was wondering, said Bundle. When you were going to ask me that, I'm going to marry Bill Eversley. The egoist thought it over for a minute. Then he nodded in complete satisfaction. Excellent, he said. He's Scratch, isn't he? He and I can play together in the foursomes in the autumn meeting. Epilogue, a new beginning. In the days that followed, the world began to digest the magnitude of what had happened. Sir Oswald's network was dismantled, his supporters exposed, and his influence eradicated. The truth about the Coote family's dark legacy had been revealed, and with it, the realization that power and control were no longer in the hands of the few. For Bundle, the victory was bittersweet. She had taken down one of the world's most dangerous men, but the cost had been high. Trust had been shattered, and the scars of betrayal would take time to heal. But she knew one thing for certain: the fight for justice was never truly over. She stood at the edge of the future, ready to face whatever came next. The world was finally free, and she was ready for whatever the next challenge would bring.